Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Deku always knew he didn't come off as the most masculine guy. He wasn't quick-tempered or aggressive, and he didn't have muscles until he had to train for his quirk. Even then, it was hard to tell unless he was shirtless. His delicate features, especially on his face, made him think that if he grew his hair out, he could easily pass as female. One thing that set him apart from the world's ideal of masculinity was his personal choice of wardrobe. He loved wearing girls' clothes. He wasn't trans and didn't want to be a woman, but he adored skirts and dresses and all the options they offered. He felt more feminine and preferred shopping and doing makeup, finding joy in those activities. Often, he lounged around his room in a skirt and long-sleeve sweater while doing homework. This was his secret, especially from Katsuki Bakugou. Deku had the biggest crush on Bakugou. No, it was more than a crush. He was in love with him. Since childhood, even when Bakugou picked on him, his feelings never faded. Bakugou was strong and confident, a bit cocky, but Deku found that endearing. His crimson-red eyes seemed to capture souls. Deku had also witnessed Bakugou's kind side when he thought no one was watching. He would slide notes to help Kaminari in class when he was struggling and discreetly give lunch rush money to Uraraka after overhearing her family's financial difficulties. Bakugou often did small things to help Kirishima build his confidence and had even been assisting 𝗎𝗪 with music, a fact she had confided in Deku during an assignment. Despite their growing friendship, Deku was too afraid to confess his feelings. He worried about ruining everything and was particularly concerned about his secret wardrobe being discovered. Part of him felt ashamed, and he feared Bakugou would be disgusted if he knew about his feelings. When Uraraka called through the door, asking if Deku was joining them for movie night, he quickly closed his journal and shoved it into his drawer. He responded that he would be down shortly, then sighed as her footsteps faded away. Looking in the mirror, he noticed he was wearing a plain long-sleeve shirt and a galaxy skirt. He decided it was time to change, removing the outfit and putting on gray sweatpants and a t-shirt over the sports bra he had been wearing. He carefully folded his skirt and placed it with the others in the bottom drawer of his dresser, hanging up the tops in the back of his closet alongside his other feminine shirts and dresses. As he headed out the door, he realized he had forgotten the nightgown he had laid out earlier on his bed. Making his way to the common room, he received waves and greetings from his friends. He smiled and sat on the couch, feeling someone sit next to him. It was Bakugou, who greeted him casually. They had been hanging out more lately, so his presence next to Deku was becoming less surprising. Deku asked Bakugou what they were watching, and he replied that it was some romance movie the girls had picked. A blush tinted Deku's cheeks at the thought. He loved romance movies. He felt Bakugou's gaze on him and looked up, only to find Bakugou raising an eyebrow, causing him to look away. As the movie started, Deku let out a soft breath of relief when Bakugou turned his attention to the screen. The film was called After, and Deku remembered reading the story on Wattpad before it became a movie. He sat up, intrigued by the storyline, but halfway through he began to feel tired, his eyes growing heavy. Soon he drifted off to sleep. Katsuki scrolled on his phone, not paying attention to the movie. About an hour in, he felt something hit his shoulder and glanced over to see Deku resting against him. His heart raced. He had harbored a crush on Deku for years. The teasing had stemmed from his own fears of being discovered as gay. After coming out to his supportive parents during his first year at UA, he realized how much of a JRK he had been and had been trying to make amends. They had grown close over the past year, training together daily, but Katsuki hesitated to confess his feelings, fearing it would ruin their friendship. He smiled slightly, watching Deku sleep peacefully, then sighed. He decided to take Deku back to his room before he drooled on him. As he picked Deku up, his friends teased him, but he rolled his eyes and headed to the elevator. He pressed the button for their floor, glancing down at Deku as he curled into Katsuki's chest. He found him adorable. Upon arriving at their floor, Katsuki walked to Deku's room, noting that the door was unlocked. He laid Deku down carefully on his bed and hesitated for a moment before moving the top of his shirt aside, revealing a red strap snug against his shoulder. That was when he noticed something else, a red nightgown lying nearby. He blushed slightly, picturing it on Deku, and tossed it into a chair. It seemed clear that Deku liked to wear feminine clothes. Katsuki wondered if he was trans or simply cross-dressing, realizing that he had been mistaken about what people assumed about him. The character didn't mind if guys wore clothes typically associated with girls. It didn't bother them at all. However, a painful curiosity flickered in their mind. They glanced at the closet and then back at their friend, shaking their head with a sigh. They reminded themselves not to think like Kaminari. They went over to cover the nerd with a blanket, ruffling his hair gently before walking out. Turning the knob, they locked the door from the inside before closing it, ensuring it was secure. Heading to their own room, they pulled out their keys and unlocked the door, closing and locking it behind them. They removed their shirt and briefs, leaving only their underwear, and crawled into bed, staring up at the ceiling. Their thoughts wandered to Deku and the nightgown they had seen. They bit their lip, trying not to jump to conclusions. They didn't think Deku was trans. It wasn't meant to be offensive, but they felt confident in their body. There had never been any signs of that. However, Deku had always come across as more feminine. It wasn't a bad thing, but the signs were there, especially considering what they had found. They didn't want to force Deku to say anything. That would be inconsiderate. Still, they had a feeling he was hiding something out of fear of judgment. That seemed like something Deku would do. They thought about helping him feel more confident. The group was going to the mall tomorrow, and they planned to pay close attention to him. Perhaps this could help them grow closer. They shook their head, reminding themselves it was late and they needed to go to bed. The next morning, Deku woke up to sunlight streaming through the curtains. He rubbed his eyes and checked the time, surprised to see it was already 8 a.m. He recalled falling asleep in the common room and wondered if someone had brought him back to his room. The thought of Kacchan carrying him made him blush. As he stood up and stretched, his eyes landed on the red nightgown draped over a chair, causing him to freeze. He had left it on his bed, intending to wear it to sleep. Panic set in as he wondered if the person who brought him back had moved it. How could he explain having a revealing nightgown in his room? He sat on the floor against his bed, gripping his hair in anxiety. Taking deep breaths, he tried to calm down, rationalizing that perhaps it was too dark for anyone to notice what it was. Maybe they thought it was just a shirt and moved it without a second thought. Still, he decided he needed to find out who had brought him back. He grabbed his phone and opened the class group chat, sending a message to the group. He wanted to thank whoever had helped him. Ida quickly responded, confirming it was Bakugou who had brought him back. A private message from Kacchan popped up next, telling him there was no need to thank him and that they were all going to the mall together. Deku felt relieved that Kacchan was acting normally. Looking in his closet, he sighed, not wanting to wear his usual clothes. An idea struck him, and he chose a pair of ripped skinny jeans, a long black sleeve CRP top, and a hoodie. He felt bold wearing the outfit, hoping it wouldn't draw too much attention. After taking a photo of himself in the mirror, he smiled, feeling good about his choice. He tucked the nightgown away in a drawer, ensuring he wouldn't make that mistake again. Checking the time, he headed out of his room, only to bump into Kacchan, who caught his shoulder. Kacchan warned him to be careful, and Deku felt a blush rise to his cheeks. Kacchan then asked about his new briefs, and Deku felt nervous but pleased. Kacchan guided him along, mentioning they needed to hurry before Mina had a heart attack. Deku felt a warm sensation in his chest. Kacchan liked his outfit. They headed downstairs where their friends were gathered. Their two groups had merged a bit since Kacchan and Deku started hanging out. They were all excited for their trip to the mall, where they usually split off to do their own things before regrouping for lunch. They opened up another nail salon nearby. The old one was nice, but it was always crowded, so hopefully, the new one would have shorter wait times. The girls began discussing their plans, which piqued the narrator's interest. They wondered if getting their nails done would look good on them, something they had always wanted to try. As they glanced at their nails, they felt a gaze and noticed Kacchan looking down at them. He quickly looked away when caught. Todoroki questioned the idea of getting nails done, wondering if it would interfere with hero work. Tsuyu explained that they had press-on nails, which were cheaper and easy to remove when necessary. The narrator nodded along, intrigued by the idea. Kaminari announced that he and Shinso would be at the arcade, while Kirishima mentioned that he and Jiraiya would be at the music shop. The narrator smiled, surprised by how well Kirishima and Jiraiya worked together as a couple. Todoroki added that he and Momo were planning to get a snack and walk around, with Momo resting her head on his shoulder, looking adorable together. Ida mentioned he and Hanta would be at the bookstore, surprising everyone when they learned they were dating. Shinso asked the narrator and Kacchan what their plans were, and Kacchan suggested they could join them at the arcade. The narrator hesitated before agreeing to stick with Kacchan, and they all headed out, walking down the road. Jiraiya expressed her frustration about some negative comments regarding her favorite K-pop group, Stray Kids. She mentioned how people focused more on the members' appearances rather than their music. Tsuyu and the other girls agreed that it was silly to criticize guys for wearing CRP tops or makeup. Kirishima added that while he wouldn't wear CRP tops or makeup, he understood the appeal. Shinso mentioned he wore CRP tops occasionally, but didn't care for makeup, and Kaminari affectionately kissed his cheek. Kacchan expressed his disdain for the negativity surrounding the group, emphasizing that it was ridiculous to focus on appearances rather than the music. The narrator felt a rush of anxiety, realizing Kacchan might understand their own feelings about the topic. Kacchan's gaze lingered on them, and the narrator's heart raced, worried about the implications of his comments. As they arrived at the mall, they split off in different directions. The narrator felt Kacchan's eyes on them, which made them nervous. After a few moments of silence, Kacchan pulled the narrator aside to a quieter area. He asked what was wrong, noting how unusually quiet the narrator was. The narrator hesitated before admitting that Kacchan seemed to know something. Kacchan dismissed the concern, stating he didn't really care about the details but had noticed something when he saw the narrator in a nightgown and a BR strap peeking out from under their shirt. The narrator explained that they identified as a femboy, enjoying feminine things like clothes and makeup, though not in a way that was overly sexualized. They felt embarrassed, hiding their face in their hands, fearing Kacchan would find them strange. Kacchan reassured them, emphasizing that their choices were their own and that they should feel comfortable with who they are. He encouraged the narrator to embrace their identity, pointing out that they were hiding under a hoodie on a warm day. The narrator shyly admitted they were wearing a CRP top underneath. Kacchan urged them to show off their outfit, insisting that most of their classmates wouldn't care, and if anyone said anything he would handle it. With a sigh, the narrator removed their hoodie and adjusted their outfit, wrapping the hoodie around their waist. They noticed Kacchan looking away, his cheeks slightly flushed. Worried about their appearance, they asked if they looked bad, to which Kacchan shook his head, taking a deep breath and suggesting they do their nails together. He noticed her looking at her hands when the girls mentioned them. A bit of excitement built up inside her as she replied that the girls were going to the new store, while they would head to the original one. He nodded and encouraged her to lead the way. As they stepped outside, she felt a mix of anxiety and excitement, as if she was truly herself for the first time. Kacchan stayed close, glancing around, and her stomach flipped at his presence. This intensified her feelings for him, and she let out a shaky breath. Upon entering the nail salon, they found it wasn't too busy. The lady at the front smiled as they approached and asked if she could help. She swallowed nervously and mentioned wanting pressed-on nails, recalling what the girls had said earlier. The lady guided her to a chair, assuring Kacchan that he could sit with her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she agreed and followed the lady to the back. The lady asked what color she wanted, and after a moment's pause, she shyly mentioned that her favorite color was red. The lady nodded and went to gather the supplies while she took a seat. Kacchan, observing her, remarked that she looked like a ticking time bomb and advised her to relax. She muttered that this was new for her, and he sighed, pulling the chair closer to him, making her look up. He complimented her, and warmth flooded her cheeks as her heart raced. She thanked him, and he smirked just as the lady returned with a selection of red shades. After some time, they left the salon, and she couldn't help but admire her new nails, smiling brightly. Kacchan acknowledged her excitement, and she noticed they were heading toward a clothing store. She mentioned that he didn't have to pay since she had money, but he brushed it off casually. As they entered the sports section, he mentioned he was picking up a few workout clothes. She nodded and began browsing. She spotted a cute blue and gray long-sleeve top paired with black ripped shorts. Excited, she grabbed them and headed to the changing room. Stepping out to check herself in the mirror, she smiled until she heard a voice remarking that the clothes were for girls. She froze, but Kacchan quickly stepped in front of her, defending her and telling the clerk to leave. The clerk rolled his eyes and walked away, leaving her feeling a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. Kacchan glanced at her outfit and admitted he liked it, making her heart flutter. She thanked him and considered buying the clothes. After changing back, they headed to the counter, where Kacchan snatched the outfit from her hands and placed it on the counter, urging the clerk to hurry. He paid for both their clothes, and as they exited, she protested about him buying things for her, but he dismissed her concerns, suggesting it was a way to make up for past issues. They made their way to the food court, where their friends were waiting. Kirishima greeted Kacchan with a fist bump, and they found a spot to drop off their things before splitting up to get food. She ordered pork katsu while Kacchan chose spicy curry. She paid for his meal, earning a glare from him, but her grin softened his expression. As they settled down to eat, she picked up her chopsticks, only to have Ishido suddenly yank her hand away, admiring her nails. Panic seized her as everyone turned to look at her. Kacchan comforted her by explaining that it was a dare, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her as the group complimented her nails. The nerves faded as they all engaged in conversation, but then a familiar voice broke through the chatter. Mineta appeared, calling them traitors. She bit the inside of her cheek, remembering how he had been expelled for putting a camera in the girls' shower room. She had been the one to catch him, and he had begged her not to tell, but she couldn't overlook such a disgusting act. No one had defended him, and now he was bitter toward the entire class, especially her. As he acknowledged her presence, she sighed, bracing herself for whatever would come next. He was the reason Midoriya felt he could no longer be a hero. Midoriya frowned at the accusation. It was hard to understand how someone could call themselves a hero while doing something so wrong. Recording people without their consent was illegal, especially when it involved minors. It was simply unacceptable, and he couldn't allow it. Kacchan smirked beside him, throwing out a comment that made Midoriya flinch. He tried to hide his painted nails, feeling the weight of judgment. Kaminari quickly defended him, stating that Midoriya was bi and had a boyfriend. Kacchan's growl filled the air as he confronted Mineta, warning him not to insult Midoriya again. Mineta hesitated, his bravado faltering under Kacchan's intensity. Shinso chimed in, clarifying that Kacchan's insults were not personal. Mineta, feeling cornered, glared at them before storming off. Midoriya looked down, feeling the sting of the confrontation. Ida tried to reassure him, but he felt overwhelmed. The urge to hide his hands in the sleeves of his hoodie was strong. Kirishima spoke up, reminding everyone that painting nails didn't determine someone's sexuality. Midoriya's words slipped out before he could stop them, declaring his identity. Panic surged through him as he realized what he had just said. He bolted from the group, using his speed to escape Kacchan's grasp. He wasn't ready to come out like that, but the thought of being labeled straight felt like an insult. As he ran, he passed Tokoyami, who tried to greet him, but Midoriya couldn't stop. He ignored the elevator and took the stairs, finally reaching his room and slamming the door behind him. Tears streamed down his face as he let out a sob. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Aizawa's voice called out, but Midoriya remained silent, sitting on the bed. The door creaked open, revealing Aizawa, who sat beside him and placed a comforting hand on his back. He asked if something had happened at the mall, and Midoriya nodded, realizing this was one of the few times Aizawa had shown such softness. Mineta had confronted them, and his words had cut deep. Aizawa seemed annoyed at the thought of Mineta's insults. Midoriya mumbled that Mineta had called him a derogatory term, and Aizawa raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting to Midoriya's hidden nails. Aizawa began to say something about nails not defining someone, but Midoriya interrupted, frustrated. Aizawa playfully admitted to feeling the same way, prompting Midoriya to peek up at him. Aizawa reassured him that there was nothing wrong with loving who he wanted. Midoriya explained that he had slipped up in front of his friends, and while they were trying to help, it felt more like an insult. Aizawa chuckled, understanding the weight of being called straight. Midoriya laughed softly, wiping his eyes. Aizawa complimented his nails, and Midoriya felt a small smile form. He shared how Kacchan had told the class he got them on a dare, but Aizawa suspected there was more to the story. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 tackled him in a hug, followed by their classmates filtering in. They expressed their support, and Shinso wrapped an arm around Midoriya, assuring him that he wouldn't judge. Kaminari added that they had no place to judge anyone. Ida echoed their sentiments, and Shiro nodded in agreement. Midoriya glanced at Kacchan, who smirked, reminding him that he had taken him to get his nails done. Relief washed over Midoriya as he realized he was accepted. Aizawa stood to leave, and Midoriya thanked him. Tsuyu commented on the nail situation, causing Midoriya to blush, realizing they had overheard his conversation with Aizawa. Kirishima joked about how Midoriya had looked startled, and they all admitted to following him after he ran away. Midoriya apologized for panicking, and his friends huddled around him, offering hugs and support. Jiraiya reassured him that he was a ray of sunshine, and they would always support him. Midoriya felt a wave of relief and wondered if he could be open with them about everything. Maybe it was because I wore girl clothes. Kacchan looked at me, surprised. Right then, chaos erupted in my dorm room. Back at the mall, I saw Midoriya run off, and not even a minute later, the rest of the class sped off after him. What was that all about? I returned to their table and noticed a phone left in the spot where Midoriya had been sitting. I picked it up and saw a picture of him and his mom on the lock screen. She wasn't exactly what I would call pretty. I swiped up and realized he didn't have a lock on his phone. What kind of idiot doesn't have a lock? The phone opened up to his gallery, and when I clicked on the most recent picture, a mischievous grin spread across my face. I browsed through his albums and found one labeled Special Outfits. My grin widened. Izuku Midoriya, you're going to regret crossing me. Midoriya had left his phone. What was Mineta planning? And why did chaos break out in Midoriya's dorm room? Nothing bad, at least. I couldn't wait for everyone to read the next chapter. I was so excited. I would admit this story was easier and faster to write. I wondered what kind of things people wanted to see. I always tried to think about the ideas people gave me and how I could incorporate them into my stories. I appreciated everyone so much for their support. Ashido exclaimed how cute my clothes were as she rummaged through my closet. Everyone responded positively, especially Ashido and 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. Ida, Kirishima, and Kaminari sat on the floor against the wall, while their partners sat in their laps, watching. Todoroki and Kacchan sat on my bed with me while Yaoyorozu, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏, Ashido, and Tsuyu went through my clothes. I didn't mind, it was somewhat entertaining. Kirishima asked if I cross-dressed, genuinely curious, and Ashido laughed, stating that technically yes, but since I was pretty feminine, I was likely a femboy. I nodded in response. Kaminari then asked if it was like what he had seen before, and Shinso flicked his head, causing me to blush. I explained that it just meant a male who liked feminine things, not just clothes but also makeup and nails, while still identifying as male. Kaminari gave me an apologetic look and I huffed. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked if she could borrow a dress, and I smiled and nodded. Tsuyu inquired if I was wearing something specific under my hoodie, curious about why I wore it when it was warm outside. I glanced at Kacchan, who gave me a supportive nod. I took off my hoodie, and Kiri complimented me, giving me a high five. Ashido Wolf whistled and said I looked great, suggesting I needed to find a partner. I rubbed the back of my neck awkwardly and said maybe one day. Kacchan handed me a bag, reminding me not to forget my outfit. Yaoyorozu looked curious about the clothes inside, and when I handed it to her, she pulled out a cute piece, smiling at me in return. Shinso asked if he could borrow a CRP top one of these days, and I nodded. Kirishima asked if he was a femboy, but Shinso shook his head, explaining that he only cross-dressed a little, mainly wearing tops. Kaminari blushed lightly, and Kacchan smirked, asking if that was why they had been late for class that one time. Ida interjected, stating that while he supported healthy relationships, those activities shouldn't interfere with learning. Shinso blushed and cut him off, insisting they were late for other reasons. Kaminari chuckled and kissed Shinsu's cheek. As it got late, Kirishima suggested we should head to our rooms. Ida agreed, and Siro helped him up. Ashido pouted but, along with the girls, hung my clothes back up and gave me hugs. She whispered about a makeup party next weekend, and I felt a wave of excitement hit me. I had always wanted to get my makeup done with friends. Everyone said their goodbyes, and when Tsuyu closed the door behind her, it was just me and Kacchan left. I turned to say something, but before I could, I was pressed against the wall, and his lips met mine. Kacchan was kissing me. He pulled back, looking into my eyes, and I let out a shaky breath. He confessed he had wanted to do that all day. I was taken aback and asked why. He sighed, looking down at me, and admitted he had been in love with me since we were kids. He had picked on me because he was scared for people to know he was gay. Now, he didn't hide it anymore if someone asked, but he didn't announce it either. He regretted how he had treated me in the past but wanted to make up for it. He had never intended to tell me, especially since he thought he didn't have a chance, but when he found out I was gay, he knew he had to take his shot before someone else did. He expressed regret for kissing me. But I wasn't going to let him pull away. I grabbed his shirt and pulled him back into a kiss. He was surprised but soon placed his hands on my waist, kissing me back. The kiss deepened, and he held my hands above my head, pinning them there. His other hand traveled down my body, and I felt a rush of electricity. He smirked against my lips, teasing me with his knee. He whispered how hot I was, and I shuddered at his words. Just as things began to heat up, his phone rang, interrupting the moment. Kacchan snapped in annoyance as he leaned back to answer the call. I took a moment to catch my breath, still in disbelief about what had just happened. Kacchan loved me, and we had shared that moment. He hung up the phone and informed me that I had left my phone at the mall, and someone had found it and left it at the front of the dorms. Left a note saying they recognized him from the lock screen and wanted to return it. He said this while I patted my pockets and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I thought, and he nodded, biting his lip. Kacchan caught my gaze, and I took his hand, confessing my feelings. I whispered that I was in love with him, and I saw a smile spread across his face as he pulled me in by my waist and kissed me. He then asked if I would go out with him, and I nodded, confirming my answer. He kissed me once more, and when we finally pulled back, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and felt a rush of embarrassment. Kacchan chuckled at my reaction and teased me about getting my phone. I huffed as he left the room, deciding to change and calm down. I slipped into my short athletic shorts and a comfy cropped shirt, feeling more at ease. When Kacchan returned, he handed me my phone and advised me to put a lock on it to protect my information. I nodded and he looked me up and down, muttering that I was going to be the death of him. I laughed lightly as he sat beside me on the bed, pulling me onto his lap. He began to kiss my neck, and I hesitantly asked if we were moving too fast. He immediately stopped, looking serious, and assured me that he would stop if I wanted him to. We had known each other for years, and I wasn't complaining about the moment. I told him to just stay over my clothes, and he nodded with a smirk, leaning in to kiss me again. As the kisses continued, I felt a rush of emotions I had never experienced before. Just then my phone rang, interrupting us. Kacchan cursed under his breath, and I whimpered at the sudden stop. He glared at the phone, expressing his frustration. I answered, but the call ended abruptly, leaving me frowning. A message soon followed, and when I opened it, my heart sank. Kacchan noticed my reaction and grabbed the phone, growling at the content. The message from a random number threatened to share an embarrassing photo of me if I didn't comply. Kacchan's anger was palpable as he read the message. I felt utterly humiliated, and he rubbed my back for comfort. Izawa, our mentor, looked at my phone and asked if there were any more revealing photos my neta could have accessed. I quickly shook my head, assuring him that the photo in question was the most revealing I had. Izawa sighed in relief, sharing a past incident where a girl had her private photos shared without her consent. He assured me that they would take this seriously and that they would visit my neta's house to retrieve his devices. I felt a knot in my stomach as I asked who would see the photo. Izawa explained that he would limit the search team to just a few trusted individuals, but I still felt uneasy. I reluctantly agreed to let them show the team the photo, leaning against Kacchan for support. 𝗬𝗏 mentioned that All Might would be part of the team, and I groaned, feeling conflicted. He understood my concerns and decided to replace All Might with Nizu to avoid any conflict of interest. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. 𝗬𝗏 reassured me that I had nothing to be ashamed of and that there were likely other students at UA who shared similar experiences. I sighed, feeling a mix of emotions as I processed everything that was happening. If you get any more messages, send them to me, he said, and almost as if on cue, the phone dinged. She picked it up and handed it to 𝗬𝗏. It was a message from an unknown number warning her not to go to 𝗬𝗏 or the police. 𝗬𝗏 asked if he could keep her phone instead, and she nodded. He assured her that he didn't want her to worry and would message Bakugou if anything happened. He sighed, acknowledging the late hour, and he suggested she head to bed. She doubted she would sleep but thanked him nonetheless. As they left the room, Kacchan pulled her into a tight hug and offered to confront the sender of the message. She laughed lightly and shook her head, feeling overwhelmed by the day's events. With 2 secrets revealed, her phone compromised, and unwanted pictures threatening to circulate, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Kacchan brushed her curls from her eyes and asked if there was anything good that had happened. She smiled and replied that it was him, and he leaned in to kiss her softly. "Let's cuddle," he murmured, and she sighed as she removed her hoodie, revealing her outfit from earlier. They settled into her bed, and she nestled against his chest, taking a deep breath. He asked what was going through her mind, and she shrugged, needing a moment to process the fact that he was in her bed. He chuckled, expressing disbelief that she loved him, given his past behavior. She cupped his face and reassured him that she had never held that against him. With sincerity, she confessed her love, and he kissed her hand, whispering an acknowledgement. As she began to drift off, he tightened his grip around her, softly admitting that he loved her too, before she fell asleep. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏 entered a conference room where Nizu had gathered several staff members, including All Might, Hisashi, and a detective. 𝗬𝗏 expressed his frustration that All Might was present, as it posed a conflict of interest regarding Midoriya. Nizu explained that he thought All Might should be included since the situation involved a student from Class 2A. Concerned, All Might asked if something had happened to Midoriya. 𝗬𝗏 assured him that Midoriya was fine, though upset, and requested that he not mention the situation to Mrs. Midoriya. Hisashi noted that Midoriya was the last student he would expect to be involved in such a situation. 𝗬𝗏 explained that Midoriya was being threatened by minor 𝗵𝗃, who had shown hostility towards him. The group fell silent as 𝗬𝗏 detailed how 𝗵𝗃 had left a note with Midoriya's phone, which had been forgotten at the mall. The note indicated that 𝗵𝗃 recognized Midoriya and wanted to return the phone. Soon after, Midoriya and Bakugou had rushed into 𝗬𝗏's office, with Midoriya in tears and Bakugou visibly angry. 𝗬𝗏 revealed that 𝗵𝗃 had sent a threatening message, promising to post a photo of Midoriya online if he did not comply. Detective 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗍 expressed disbelief that 𝗵𝗃 could have anything damaging on Midoriya, who was known for his kind nature. 𝗬𝗏 clarified that while the photo was not inappropriate, it could be humiliating for Midoriya, especially given the conservative nature of their society. He emphasized that Midoriya did not need unwanted attention, particularly as a student in the hero course. 𝗬𝗏 requested a warrant to search 𝗵𝗃's belongings and for 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗍 to question him. Just then, 𝗬𝗏 received another message from Midoriya's phone, which led to a sudden alert from everyone else's devices. Hisashi showed 𝗬𝗏 his phone, and 𝗬𝗏's expression turned serious as he discovered that Midoriya's phone had been bugged. Katsuki was scrolling on his phone while Deku slept next to him when he received a text from 𝗬𝗏, urging him to call immediately. A sense of dread washed over him as Kirishima texted him to check the school and social media page right away. Before he could react, 𝗬𝗏's call came through. He carefully got up, ensuring not to wake Deku, and stepped into the hallway to answer. He snapped into the phone, demanding to know what was happening. 𝗬𝗏 took a deep breath before revealing that Midoriya's phone had been bugged and that 𝗵𝗃 was aware they were onto him. Katsuki felt a surge of anger as he cursed under his breath. Kirishima's message about the school's page made him uneasy. 𝗬𝗏's sigh confirmed his worst fears. 𝗵𝗃 had indeed posted something, and Izuku warned him that it was worse than he thought. Katsuki's heart sank as Izuku asked him a question he wasn't prepared for. He needed to know if Katsuki and Midoriya were involved romantically. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief, snapping back that it was none of Izuku's business. But Izuku's stern tone made it clear that this was serious. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 had attached an audio message to the page that suggested something inappropriate between them, and Izuku needed to know if it was real. Katsuki's frustration boiled over as he slammed his fist against the wall, realizing the truth. Izuku assured him that he would handle the situation, releasing a statement about the audio being fabricated by a disgruntled former student. He also mentioned that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 was being apprehended, and everything on his devices was being erased. Katsuki slid down the wall, gripping his hair in distress. He worried about how Deku would react, knowing he couldn't hide the truth from him. Izuku instructed him not to wake Deku and promised to arrive soon. After hanging up, Katsuki threw his phone across the hall. Kirishima approached, picking it up, but Katsuki was too angry to engage. Instead, he expressed his frustration about 𝗵𝗃𝗍 and how he wanted to confront him. Kirishima, visibly upset, sat beside him in silence, offering a comforting presence. Katsuki lamented the injustice of the situation, and Kirishima reassured him that their classmates were on their side. When Katsuki questioned how he knew that, Kirishima revealed that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 had created a group chat with the rest of the class, sharing the page with them. Katsuki grabbed Kirishima's phone to read the messages, which were filled with outrage directed at 𝗵𝗃𝗍 for his actions. The classmates expressed their disbelief and anger, condemning 𝗵𝗃𝗍 for invading their privacy and for his inappropriate behavior. They rallied together, determined to report 𝗵𝗃𝗍's actions and protect Katsuki and Midoriya. Katsuki felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety as he realized how much support they had. Just then, Deku emerged from the room, wearing his sweats and hoodie, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Katsuki's heart sank knowing he had to explain everything. He took a deep breath, preparing to have the difficult conversation with Deku, while their classmates stood by, ready to support them both. Deku was uncertain about everything happening around him. Shitty Hair patted his shoulder and motioned for the others to leave, while Izuku approached them, concern etched on his face. He asked if they had given Deku any trouble, to which Deku shook his head. Izuku then glanced at Deku, his expression shifting to one of worry. Izuku began to speak, but Deku interrupted, asking what was going on. They settled down, and Deku held his hand tightly. Izuku revealed that Deku's phone had been bugged. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 had placed a listening device in the audio port. Deku's eyes widened in shock. He immediately inquired about the whereabouts of his phone, but Izuku stopped him, explaining that UA had already taken down the post. Panic washed over Deku as he realized the implications. Tears filled his eyes as he processed the situation. Izuku continued, revealing that Bakugou was already aware of the circumstances. Deku's anxiety escalated as he paced, questioning how things could possibly get worse. Izuku tried to calm him, but Deku's distress only grew, prompting Izuku to look to Deku's friend for support. Deku was pulled into a comforting embrace, and he clung to his friend, tears streaming down his face. Gradually, his breathing steadied, and silence fell over the room. Izuku took a deep breath and explained that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 had been arrested on 2 counts related to inappropriate behavior. Many classmates were willing to testify in Deku's favor, and Izuku was reaching out to the press to clarify that the audio and photo were fabricated. Deku felt a mix of relief and concern. He expressed his fears about the situation, worried that not everyone would believe the truth. Izuku reassured him that they would focus on the more serious issue of the audio, emphasizing that Deku and Bakugou were underage and had not consented to being recorded. Izuku acknowledged that while he wasn't thrilled about the activities happening in the dorms, he understood that it was a reality. He advised them to be safe and protect their privacy. Deku and Bakugou nodded in agreement, grateful for Izuku's understanding. Izuku informed them that they were excused from school for the week, promising to bring them the necessary materials to keep up with their studies. Just as he was about to leave, there was a knock at the door. Izuku answered, revealing All Might on the other side. All Might expressed his concern for Deku, having heard about the troubling situation. Izuku urged him to let Deku rest, but Deku, feeling overwhelmed, opened the door. All Might looked relieved to see him but quickly noticed the distress on Deku's face. Deku led All Might into his room, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. All Might reassured him that his mother was not angry but worried about him. She wanted to know if he was okay. Deku felt a mix of relief and guilt, unsure of how to address the situation with his mother. All Might explained that she was furious with those who had posted the harmful content, and he added a light-hearted comment about how she wished Deku had told her sooner about his relationship with Bakugou so she could help him shop for clothes. This made Deku crack a small smile, momentarily lifting the weight of his worries. As they spoke, Deku felt a sense of comfort knowing that despite the chaos, he had support from those who cared about him. Though young Bakugou needed to be smart when handling the situation, he was interrupted by a frantic response. The tension in the room was palpable as the young hero turned dark red, expressing his frustration. He had already discussed the matter with Izuku and didn't want to revisit it. Taking a deep breath, he shifted the conversation, asking if his mentor regretted giving him one for all. Young Bakugou's eyes widened in surprise as he pulled the young hero into a hug, reassuring him that he was the kindest, bravest, and most caring kid he had ever met. He would undoubtedly become a wonderful hero. The young hero sniffled, returning the embrace and whispering his gratitude. After they pulled apart, the young hero sighed, realizing he no longer had his phone. He explained that Izuku was likely keeping it as evidence, mentioning myheroacademia as the one who had posted the embarrassing content. Young Bakugou sighed, expressing his frustration with the situation. The mentor mumbled about the troublesome kid, and the young hero quietly asked if he could call his mother. With a nod, young Bakugou unlocked his phone and handed it over before stepping outside to give him privacy. Taking a deep breath, the young hero dialed his mother's number. When she answered, her voice was filled with concern. She had been trying to reach him and wanted to know if he was okay. He lightly laughed at her nickname for him, but the weight of the situation pressed down on him. He explained the chaos that had unfolded, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him as he recounted how everything had spiraled out of control. His voice trembled as he apologized for the trouble. His mother quickly reassured him that he didn't need to apologize. She was more than willing to go shopping for new clothes if that was what he wanted. However, she was thrilled about his relationship with Katsuki but urged him to stay safe. The young hero felt his cheeks heat up as he groaned, overwhelmed by the conversation. He explained that they hadn't done much, just fooling around, and he had no idea it was being recorded. His voice cracked as he expressed disbelief that everyone now knew. His mother informed him that she had contacted UA after seeing the post, and they were planning to announce that the audio was fabricated as part of a revenge plot. He sniffled, acknowledging that school would be challenging, and he worried about Katsuki getting into fights because of it. He felt responsible for the turmoil. His mother firmly reminded him that none of this was his fault and that if anyone had a problem with him, they shouldn't be at a hero school. She encouraged him to keep his head high, assuring him of her unwavering support. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, the young hero thanked his mother for always being there. She promised to continue supporting him and expressed her love before they ended the call. The burden he had been carrying felt lighter, but he still had to face school and his friends the next day. As he stepped out of the room, he noticed All Might speaking with Katsuki. Their conversation seemed casual, but when Katsuki's eyes met his, he approached with concern. He softly asked if the young hero was all right, to which he nodded, feeling a sense of relief from his earlier call. He handed All Might the phone and admitted that everything was good with his mom. Katsuki revealed that he had just spoken with his parents, who congratulated them and expressed concern about myheroacademia. They also wanted to know if the young hero could help with styling their models due to his good fashion sense. The young hero blushed at the compliment, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Katsuki suggested they go to bed, and All Might bid them good night as they returned to his room. Once inside, Katsuki closed and locked the door, and they climbed into bed. He asked if the young hero would be okay, and the young hero sighed, suggesting they take it one day at a time. Katsuki nodded and affectionately kissed his head before wishing him good night. The next morning, the young hero dressed in his usual clothes, sighing as he looked at himself in the mirror. He had woken up before Katsuki to get ready. As he walked back to Katsuki's room, he spotted Todoroki in the hallway, distracted by his phone. He quickened his pace, brushing past him and wishing him a good day before entering Katsuki's room. Upon entering, he was caught off guard to see Katsuki in his underwear, turning red and covering his face in embarrassment. Katsuki chuckled, and before he knew it, he was pressed against the wall. With a smirk, Katsuki wrapped an arm around his waist, pulling him closer and leaning down to kiss him. The young hero kissed back, feeling a sense of comfort, but his gaze drifted to Katsuki's phone on the nightstand, stirring anxiety within him. What if it was bugged? What if someone could hear them? He shook off the thoughts, realizing he was overreacting. Katsuki noticed his distraction and asked what was on his mind, concern evident in his eyes. The young hero quickly reassured him that he was fine and asked if they had any plans. Katsuki picked up his phone, looking effortlessly cool in his underwear, and informed him that Izuku would be picking them up in an hour. He suggested they go downstairs for breakfast, but the young hero hesitated, feeling anxious. Katsuki frowned, sensing his discomfort, and decided to get dressed. Mineta gathered everyone together, sending them a message. As I read the responses, I noticed that everyone was defending us. "If that makes you feel better," he said, and I sighed a bit, shrugging. "It does, but part of me is worried," I admitted. He approached and kissed me gently. "I'm not comfortable either. I guess I care less for myself, but I'm also more angry than embarrassed," he stated, and I nodded. "I'll get our breakfast, or just sit down and relax, or I'll make you," he said with a smirk. I snorted in response and nodded as he left for the downstairs kitchen. I glanced at the phone he had left behind, and anxiety filled me. I picked it up, taking a shaky breath before sighing and holding the power button down to turn it off completely. I think Deku is experiencing a bit of PTSD. If anyone says he's being dramatic, they should be quiet. Have they ever experienced PTSD? Everyone reacts differently, and various situations affect people in unique ways. For me, angry, loud voices trigger a response. I either shut down and go quiet or break into tears, with thoughts circling around me, questioning what I could have done better. But when it's directed at someone I care about, a fire ignites in my chest, and I feel compelled to defend them. It's a bit personal, and I apologize for sharing, but I want to make a point. My reactions stem from being around people who yelled, cursed, and insulted each other when I was a child, sometimes even directly at me. Things are better now, especially with my fiancé. In the 5 years we've been together, we've had our arguments and disputes, but he has never raised his voice or used foul language with me. He encourages me to talk when something is bothering me because he knows that if I hold back, I tend to overthink and it only gets worse. I'm grateful for him, let me tell you. I exited the elevator and saw everyone hanging out and eating in the main room. They quieted as I walked by, but I ignored them and headed to the kitchen to gather ingredients for tamago cake gohan. Uraraka approached and I glanced at her. "If you say one word," I began, but she raised her hands in defense. "I just wanted to ask if Deku is okay." He ignored Todoroki earlier, ran past him, and said something about a busy day before heading to your room, she explained, concern etched on her face. I frowned, knowing why she was worried. That's not like Deku. He's better than when he first found out, but I still think he's processing it, I muttered. She frowned, looking concerned. "What about you?" Hanta asked as he walked up. "I'm really angry. I don't care about anyone's opinion. It's not anyone's business," I snapped, focusing on my cooking. "We aren't going to judge you guys." "Actually, I wanted to congratulate you on becoming a couple," Denki said, and Mina chimed in, "Yeah, congratulations." I snorted in response. "Whatever," I said, though I wasn't truly annoyed. "Is Midoriya not coming down for breakfast?" Todoroki asked, and I shook my head. "He doesn't want to come down until you all leave." "I'm bringing his breakfast," I sighed. "He's not going to avoid us, is he?" Shuji asked, and I slammed my chopsticks down. "Listen, and I'm only saying this once. He may be an extrovert, but Deku has always been private. How would you feel if something you kept to yourself was blasted all over the internet? He was barely telling his friends yesterday. Then, to make it worse, his phone was bugged and recorded, capturing something that should have been private between us. Now we have to go down to the station today to write reports, and we might have to take 𝗵𝗏𝗏 to trial if he tries to plead innocent. We both attend the top hero school in Japan, and we already have enough eyes on us. I'm worried about him, but he might need time because he's already freaking out about going back to school next week, I exclaimed, taking a deep breath. They all exchanged worried and remorseful looks, and 𝗎𝙢𝙢𝙢𝗎 bowed. We will respect Midoriya's space and yours as well, Bakugou. But please tell him we are here for you both. If you need anything, we will support you, she said respectfully, and I nodded. Yeah, thanks, I mumbled, though most of them caught it, causing them to smile. It's about time to leave. I hope your day goes as smoothly as possible, Ida said as they gathered their things. I overheard Denki asking, anyone seen Hitoshi? I heard a knock on the door, causing me to frown. Did Kacchan forget his key? I walked over and opened it, only for Shinso to barge in. Listen, I know we've only been friends for a year, but you've been there for me through some tough times, so here I am, he said, pausing to look at me. I started, but he sighed and continued. Midoriya, I don't want you hiding because some punk tried something. No one can make you do that. I understand this is hard, but by Wednesday, which is in 3 days, come join us for an after-school game night. I raised an eyebrow. You hate those. Kaminari drags you half the time, I pointed out, and he rolled his eyes. Not the point. Just think about it. I really don't want you going down a rabbit hole like I did at one point. I was outed in middle school during a dance my old foster parents made me attend. A guy I had a crush on asked me to dance, and when I said I found out, they had a camera playing and hacked the projector to show it to everyone, he explained. I glanced at Kacchan's phone, which was off. Will you calm down? You checked everything. He followed your gaze, confused, and you took a shaky breath before looking at him. You quietly mentioned that you would think about Shinso, and he wrapped an arm around you for a side hug. He asked you to call him Hitoshi or Toshi, and you smiled, responding that he could call you Izuku. He nodded before checking Kacchan's clock and said he had to go, urging you to think about it before leaving. Kacchan walked in right after, looking confused. He remarked that the dunce was just looking for you and asked if you were okay while handing you a plate of food. You explained that Hitoshi was trying to make you feel better but also encouraged you not to hide from others, wanting you to join the after-school game night on Wednesday. Kacchan looked annoyed, muttering that he had just told everyone to give you space. You shrugged, assuring him it was fine and that you would think about it as you took a bite of food. Kacchan picked up your phone, and anxiety kicked in when it didn't respond at first. He expressed his confusion, and you shoved another bite of food in your mouth. After holding down the power button, the phone turned back on, leaving him puzzled. You swallowed your food awkwardly, feeling guilty about not telling him the truth. He mentioned that Aizawa had arrived just as you finished your meal. You both headed downstairs, where you saw Aizawa and Mike. Mike greeted you with enthusiasm, and you smiled and waved back quietly. Aizawa asked if you had eaten, and you both nodded. Kacchan snapped that he had made food, wanting to get things over with, and you agreed. As you got into the car, Aizawa revealed that 𝗵𝗏𝗏 had pleaded guilty after being questioned by Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁. He emphasized that it was a secret and explained that 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁's quirk functioned like a lie detector, which led to 𝗵𝗏𝗏 accepting a plea deal without a trial, facing 6 years. Relief washed over you, and Kacchan grabbed your hand, acknowledging that this was one thing out of the way. Kacchan asked what you were doing next, and Aizawa explained that they still needed your statements on record to finalize everything. Mike added that they had gotten you a new phone, linked to your old one for safety reasons. You tensed at that, but managed to express your appreciation quietly, feeling Kacchan's odd gaze upon you. At the station, you were brought into a room where Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 entered. He greeted you, and you nodded back, smiling. He mentioned that they needed statements about your interactions at the mall with 𝗵𝗏𝗏 and how he got a hold of your phone. You nodded slowly, feeling that this wouldn't be too bad. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 brought out a recording device, and as he began the formalities, your heart started pounding. You heard Kacchan affirm that he understood the interview was being recorded, but your anxiety escalated. When the questioning began, you felt Kacchan's hand on your shoulder, shaking it gently. Suddenly, you felt overwhelmed and tears filled your eyes as you pleaded for the recording to stop. Kacchan's eyes widened in realization, and he snapped at 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 to remove the recorder. Kacchan softened as he comforted you, asking if you had turned off your phone earlier. You nodded, expressing your frustration about the situation. Kacchan reassured you that it was okay and that you had time to figure things out. Izuku then entered the room, asking Kacchan to give you a moment. Kacchan grumbled but left, and you stared at your feet in silence. Izuku ruffled your hair, causing you to jump, and assured you he wasn't there to lecture. He acknowledged that this had affected you significantly and offered to write down your statement while encouraging you to talk to someone at least twice a week. You took a deep breath, asking if you could talk to him instead of a stranger, feeling more comfortable with him. Izuku hesitated but agreed to meet you twice a week after school. After taking your statement, you left the room to find Kacchan and Mike waiting. Kacchan smirked at you and asked if you wanted to go shopping. When you arrived at the mall, you pulled up your hood, feeling a bit nervous about being recognized. However, you couldn't resist the idea of spending time with Kacchan and Mike. I knew it made me feel better about myself. Like I told Izuku, I wanted to be myself, which is why I wasn't denying the photo, despite my anxiety urging me to. Kacchan, grabbing my hand, told me to get out of my head and assured me that if anyone said anything, they would have to answer to him. I looked up at him, and he glanced back at me with a small smile. I appreciated this side of him. We walked into a clothing store, and immediately Kacchan led me to the women's section, making me blush. He encouraged me to pick out whatever I wanted, and I nervously laughed, pulling the hood of my sweatshirt tighter around my head. As I started looking through the outfits, I slowly began to put some together, feeling excitement build within me. Once I had a small handful, I headed to the changing rooms and Kacchan called out for me to model them. When I stepped out in the first outfit, I took a deep breath before going to the pedestal in front of the mirrors, where Kacchan was sitting. He complimented me with a soft smile, and I nodded in agreement, feeling a bit more at ease. He asked if I wanted to try on another outfit, and I nodded, smiling back at him. I returned to the changing room and took a deep breath as I started trying on the next set of clothes. They were a bit more revealing than I was used to, but I found myself drawn to them. I decided on a CRP top and shorts, something I had worn to bed the night before. After changing, I stepped out, and Kacchan smirked at me. He said he liked this one, and I blushed as I looked in the mirror, noticing him reach into his pocket before stopping and returning his gaze to me. I mentioned I was going to change again, and he nodded. I went back to the changing room and put on the last outfit, smiling as I looked down at it. I liked this one and thought about having Kacchan ring it up so I could wear it out. When I walked out, Kacchan's jaw dropped slightly, making me giggle. He said I looked amazing, and I felt my cheeks heat up as I admired the outfit in the mirror. He approached the pedestal, took my hand, and made me twirl, watching the skirt flare out. I expressed my longing to wear it out, and he nodded, saying it would go perfectly with his plans for later. He instructed me to change into the next outfit and promised to prepay for the one I was wearing so I could take it home. I protested, saying I could pay for it myself, but he insisted, warning me not to argue. I huffed in response, and he smirked, leaving me no choice but to comply. As I turned to change, he playfully smacked my backside, causing me to yelp and turn to him in surprise. He reminded me not to test him, and I felt my face grow hot as I returned to the dressing room. I couldn't believe he did that. As embarrassing as it was, I found that I didn't mind it as much as I thought I would. After carefully folding the outfit I had just worn, I put it aside and changed into the second-to-last outfit, feeling nervous as I looked down at it. I stepped out and handed Kacchan the previous outfit, and he looked me up and down, biting his lip. He took the outfit from my hand and headed to the counter while I quickly changed again. When I emerged, Kacchan was returning, holding a bag, but when he saw me, he froze, dropping the bag. I stepped onto the pedestal, brushing my hands nervously over the tight shorts, and asked him what he thought. He swallowed hard, eyeing me up and down, and then suddenly I found myself being ushered back into the dressing room, where he closed and locked the door, pinning me against the wall. He whispered that we were definitely taking this outfit home, and I felt my face turn scarlet. I glanced at his pocket, and he explained that he had left his phone in Izuku's car, which was why we were supposed to meet him at the entrance later. He had tried to take a picture of me earlier but remembered he couldn't do that. My heart clenched at his words. He told me that he wouldn't let me feel uncomfortable every time I saw his phone, and as he tilted my chin up, I felt a mix of emotions. He pulled me in for a kiss, assuring me that we would figure out my anxiety later, but for now, he wanted me to have fun and feel comfortable. I rested my head on his chest as he wrapped his arms around my waist. I jokingly mentioned that I wasn't going to have any 𝗵𝗃 moments in a dressing room at the mall, and he chuckled, pulling away. He clarified that we weren't going to do anything like that here, at least not for my first time. I was taken aback and asked if he was serious, feeling my cheeks heat up. He shrugged, but the smirk on his face confirmed his playful intentions. He told me to get changed, leaving the room while I made sure to lock the door behind him. I slid down the wall of the dressing room, holding back my excitement and the noise in my throat. The thought of doing something like that here was overwhelming. I looked down and noticed my embarrassment, prompting a groan. A chuckle came from outside the door, and my head snapped up. The voice outside sounded amused as it remarked on my realization. I felt a rush of embarrassment and told him to go away. I heard him snort, but his footsteps faded as he walked away. Taking a deep breath, I focused on grabbing the outfits and changing into my new one. Once I calmed down, I exited the room. He was waiting for me, smiling at my outfit, and he grabbed my hand, twirling me around. He expressed his approval of the outfit, and I smiled back. We approached the counter, where he purchased the other outfits. The lady behind the counter complimented me multiple times on how great I looked, causing me to blush as I thanked her. As we left, he led me to the nail salon. He reminded me that I had taken off my previous nails and suggested getting new ones. Excitement bubbled within me, and I nodded in agreement. Once inside, I decided on basic French tips, knowing they would match my outfit or any outfit. The lady who did my nails was incredibly sweet and continued to compliment my outfit. The TV was on, and suddenly, breaking news appeared, causing Kacchan to bump me. I saw Izuku on the screen, and Kacchan asked the ladies to turn up the volume so we could listen. The news anchor announced an interview with UA's hero course teachers regarding a recent incident involving us, Midoriya, Izuku, and Bakugou Katsuki. Photos of us appeared on the screen, and the nail ladies glanced at us but remained silent. Izuku began speaking, addressing the situation. He explained that the audio from a post on the school website had been analyzed and found to be a fake recording created by a vengeful ex-student who had been expelled for attempting to place cameras in the girls' room. Midoriya Izuku had caught him sneaking in and reported him. This was a revenge tactic aimed at humiliating and ruining my career. Izuku clarified that while Bakugou Katsuki and I challenged each other, we were actually good friends. The ex-student used this situation to retaliate for his expulsion. He warned that anyone who shared the audio would face serious consequences, emphasizing the importance of respecting students who were working hard to become heroes. A reporter asked how we were handling the situation, and Izuku frowned, pointing out how difficult it would be for anyone in our position. Kacchan snorted at the reporter's question, and the lady in front of me giggled, agreeing with him. Izuku concluded by urging everyone to respect his students, stating that heroes sacrifice a lot for civilians and that we might be the ones saving lives one day. He left with a stern warning for the media. The lady at the salon turned to us, expressing her sympathy for our tough day and recognizing us. I whispered my thanks, and she smiled kindly. She mentioned that I had once saved her during a winter incident when my quirk had caught a car that had been launched into the air. My eyes widened in surprise. Kacchan teased me about not everyone caring, and I nodded in agreement. The lady announced that my nails were done, and Kacchan asked who had covered them. She smirked and mentioned a free makeup session next door with a purchase. Kacchan quickly placed money on the counter, insisting it was for me. I protested, knowing he was using his parents' money, but he insisted it was his own earnings from modeling. He wanted to spoil me, and I reluctantly agreed, promising that I would treat him next time. I selected an eyeshadow palette, highlighter, blush, and lipstick, avoiding foundation and concealer because I liked my freckles. After checking out, Kacchan inquired about the makeover, and it turned out to be true. I sat in the chair, and the lady asked if I wanted to try the products we had bought. I agreed, chatting with her and Kacchan as she worked. When she finished, I looked in the mirror and felt overwhelmed with emotion. I looked like myself, with the outfit, nails, and amazing makeup. Kacchan asked how I felt, and I smiled widely, my eyes misty, expressing that I felt like me. Who knew Katsuki had such a fierce side? They all felt grateful for the support they received. As they headed outside to wait for Izuku, a wave of nerves washed over Midoriya. He felt good about his appearance for the first time in a long while, but he was anxious about Izuku's reaction. Suddenly, a news reporter approached, exclaiming how wonderful it was to see Midoriya. Just as she prepared her camera, Katsuki stepped in front of him, a small explosion crackling in his hand. He warned the reporter to back off, and her eyes widened in surprise. Izuku then joined them, making it clear that he had instructed the media to leave his students alone. The reporter quickly retreated, bowing and leaving them in peace. Izuku turned to Midoriya, asking if he was okay. Midoriya nodded quietly, pulling on the hoodie Katsuki had offered him. Katsuki commented that Midoriya had just gotten comfortable, and Izuku sighed, expressing his disdain for the media. He complimented Midoriya on his eyeshadow, which made him smile shyly. Katsuki added that Midoriya's outfit would look even better if he wasn't hiding it under the hoodie. Midoriya admitted it was hot and decided to take it off, revealing his original outfit. As they got into the car, Mike asked if they needed to stop anywhere. Midoriya noticed Katsuki glance at his phone before putting it away, stirring a bit of unease in his stomach. Katsuki mentioned he needed to grab something from his parents, and Izuku began driving. Midoriya was curious but decided to wait for an explanation. After a short drive, they arrived at Katsuki's parents' house. Katsuki went inside, and moments later, Aunt Mitsuki rushed out, pulling Midoriya into a warm embrace. She exclaimed how amazing he looked, causing tears to well up in his eyes. She reassured him that she and his mother adored him and promised to defend him against anyone who might say otherwise. Wiping his tears, she complimented his makeup and mentioned a potential design collaboration. Katsuki returned, carrying a safe, and asked his mother if she and his father had tested something he had asked about. She confirmed they had, but with a hint of sadness in her expression. Midoriya wondered if she knew about his fears. After some playful banter, Mitsuki expressed her love for both of them before they headed back to the car. Once they arrived at the dorms, Midoriya grabbed the bags, shoving the hoodie inside for easier carrying. Katsuki grabbed the safe, muttering something to Izuku, who handed him an item that he tucked away. Midoriya was curious but decided to wait until they were in Katsuki's room to ask. Izuku mentioned he would be in his office if they needed anything, and they nodded, heading inside. Midoriya paused, realizing most of their classmates would be downstairs. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his outfit, reminding himself it would only be for a moment. Katsuki gave him a quick kiss before they entered. As they walked in, the chatter among their classmates quieted down. Toru excitedly exclaimed how cute Midoriya looked, and Uruaka echoed the sentiment, complimenting his outfit. Ashido suggested they do makeovers, and Midoriya nodded, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. Toshi, lounging on the couch, reminded him about a lone 𝗧𝗵𝗲, but Midoriya felt overwhelmed and backed away. Kaminari noticed Midoriya's distress and asked if he was all right. Midoriya nodded but quickly made his way to the elevator. Katsuki stopped the doors, urging him to confront his fears. Midoriya felt frustrated, wishing he could overcome his anxieties. He hit the button for his floor, leaving Katsuki behind. As the doors closed, Katsuki sighed, concerned for Midoriya. Shitty Hair approached, asking if something had gone wrong. Katsuki decided it was time to inform their classmates about Midoriya's struggles, determined to support him through this. He's developed a bit of PTSD around phones or any type of device that can record. As I spoke, Shinso glanced at his phone in his hand, then seemed to remember something. When I talked to Izuku this morning, he kept glancing at your phone on the nightstand, and I just had my phone out when he started acting like that. Oh no. I nodded in agreement. That made sense, I didn't blame him. They had been recorded by a bug implanted in a phone. Kyoka sighed, stating that he was going to get help, but until then, we needed to keep our phones away when he was around. For the time being, I also wouldn't have my phone. If they needed something, they could come find me. I said this seriously and they all agreed. 𝗎𝗪𝗧𝗏 commented on how sweet it was that I was supporting him through this, calling me a good boyfriend. I glanced away from them, feeling a sense of gratitude. Mina teased about how cute he looked and if he had gotten any outfits for me. I remembered the last outfit, and my cheeks heated up. Hanta called me out, and I flipped him off, turning around as they all laughed a bit at that. I shook my head and grabbed the safe, getting into the elevator and heading back to my room. I opened it briefly and placed Deku's new phone inside along with my phone, both turned off. I locked the safe and picked it up as the elevator dinged and opened. I headed to Deku's door and knocked. He opened it slowly, and when he realized it was me, he opened it all the way. He was wearing the cropped top pajama set we bought, with super short shorts. My face heated up, and I cleared my throat, telling him he looked great. He blushed and watched as I put the safe in the closet. He asked what was going on with the safe, and I explained that it was soundproof, and both our phones were currently off inside. His eyes widened in surprise. I reassured him, saying that I didn't want him to have a panic attack every time we did something and my phone was around. I had spoken to my parents, and they had tested their phones in the safe while recording, but nothing could be heard from inside. I wanted him to feel comfortable in our room, so I asked him not to contradict me. Suddenly, he threw his arms around me, pulling me into a kiss. I paused, surprised, but then wrapped my arms around his waist, pulling him close. I slowly backed up until my legs hit the bed, falling back and pulling him into my lap. He squeaked in surprise, causing me to smirk. I mentioned that we never finished what we started, watching his face closely for a reaction. His face was red, and I could see the longing in his eyes. He glanced at the closet but looked back at me, whispering that it was soundproof. I flipped him over and playfully pinned him against my bed, his arms above his head. I leaned down, teasingly nibbling on his collarbone, and he gasped, squirming beneath me. I assured him that I would stay over his clothes, and he nodded, his body responding to my teasing. I decided to relent and began to tease him further, enjoying the way he reacted. I could feel the tension building between us, and I wanted to make sure he was comfortable. I wanted him to know that he could express his desires. As we continued to explore this newfound intimacy, I made sure to keep the atmosphere light and playful, focusing on our connection and the trust we had built together. I leaned in closer, whispering sweet nothings, and he responded with shy smiles and gentle laughter. We were navigating this together, and I was determined to make it a positive experience for both of us. He hummed, excitement evident in his voice as he expressed his longing. The atmosphere was charged as he felt a wave of pleasure building within him. He pressed his lips against Deku's, who responded with a gasp, arching his back as he experienced a rush of sensations. The intensity of the moment sent him over the edge, and he held Deku's hands firmly beside his head, feeling a surge of joy as he surrendered to the moment. They shared a breathless connection, and he rolled onto his bed, lying next to Deku, both of them catching their breath. He turned to Deku, concern in his eyes as he asked if he was okay. Deku raised a finger, signaling for a moment to recover. A light chuckle escaped him as he took Deku's hand and pressed a gentle kiss to it, eliciting a smile from Deku. He felt a warmth spread through him as Deku expressed how good it felt. He smirked, teasingly sharing what he had learned about their preferences, which made Deku blush. They shared a tender moment, and he pulled Deku closer, whispering words of affection that were met with a bright smile in return. The days passed quietly, filled with homework and training sessions. Aizawa had split them up during training due to Kacchan's playful antics. They were encouraged to choose a partner they felt comfortable with, and he selected Hitoshi while Kacchan chose Kirishima. After training, Hitoshi reminded him about game night, and he hesitated, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety about being around others. When Kacchan entered the room, he caught him off guard, prompting a light-hearted exchange about his writing. Kacchan suggested that attending game night would be beneficial for him, especially before returning to school. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted them. He quickly put on Kacchan's hoodie before answering, his jaw dropping at the sight of Hitoshi. Hitoshi's presence was striking, and Kacchan made a playful comment about the effect Hitoshi's outfit would have on him. Hitoshi insisted he would help him dress up, and he felt a rush of warmth at the thought of not being alone in this. They rushed to his dorm, where Hitoshi began searching through his closet for an outfit that would boost his confidence. As Hitoshi rummaged through his clothes, he complimented his taste, eventually pulling out a particular outfit that made him blush. Hitoshi encouraged him to wear it, and after a moment of contemplation, he agreed. Moments later, Hitoshi emerged in his outfit, drawing gasps of admiration from their friends. He felt a mix of pride and nervousness as he prepared to reveal his own outfit. When he finally stepped out, the reactions were immediate. Kacchan froze in surprise, and their friends showered him with compliments, making him blush even more. Kacchan's playful demeanor shifted as he wrapped his arms around him, burying his face in his back, which only added to the light-hearted atmosphere. As they settled in, the group decided to play a game, and he expressed his unfamiliarity with it. The others explained the rules, and he felt a sense of belonging as they prepared to enjoy the night together. You won't drink the soda since you haven't done it, obviously. But everyone else will either drink or not drink based on their experiences. Toru explains that they will drink soda instead of putting fingers down because her hands are not visible unless she wears gloves. Kuda nods in agreement. Kacchan gently moves away from me, his cheeks still pink, but he seems better now. Kyoka smirks and teases him, and he rolls his eyes. I look at him, and he leans in close, complimenting my appearance, which makes me blush lightly as I rest my head on his shoulder. Mina announces that they will start off easy, but after Aizawa goes to bed, they will spice up the questions. Kacchan snorts, and laughter fills the room. Tokoyami curiously asks how Mina knows about Aizawa's overnight patrol, and she glances at Toshi. Hitoshi confides that Aizawa adopted him, and I grin, happy for him as he shares this news. Mina then initiates the game with a question about cheating on a test. Several people drink, including Yaoyorozu, who blushes at the revelation of her past. Hitoshi takes his turn, asking if anyone has been out of the country, and Kacchan, Yaoyorozu, and Ida take sips. Kacchan shares that he has been to the U.S. and Milan, while Yaoyorozu fondly recalls France, and Ida mentions Greece. Shuji prompts me for my turn, and I ponder for a moment before asking if anyone has hated anyone. Everyone drinks, and I reflect on my feelings towards Mineta, expressing my hope that he gets help. Kirishima acknowledges that many of us have been affected by Mineta's actions. Kacchan then takes his turn, asking if anyone has been a nerd. I, along with several others, drink, and Ida defines what being a nerd means. I laugh, pointing out that Kacchan fits the description too, which earns me a groan from him. We continue the game for the next hour, snacking and laughing together. I feel grateful for Toshi encouraging me to join, realizing that he stepped out of his comfort zone to support me. Mina announces that Aizawa has gone to bed, and they will now move to the spicier version of the game. She reassures everyone that it's okay to leave if they feel uncomfortable. Several friends say their goodbyes, and Kacchan taps my thigh, asking what I want to do. I pause, realizing I'm having fun and curious about this new version. I express my longing to stay, and he smirks but agrees. Denki comments on our unexpected presence, and Ida explains that he is more flexible than he appears. Mina then declares that they will start with a light topic, and Kacchan questions how K and KS can be considered easy. Mina explains that just because someone is interested doesn't mean they've acted on it, and it serves as an icebreaker. As the game progresses, Todoroki is prompted to start, and he shares that he has never been into roleplay. Kacchan and I don't drink, but several others do. Siro admits to his interest, and Ida expresses a willingness to try anything once, which leads to light laughter. Yaoyorozu then asks about Benj, and Kacchan drinks, catching my attention. I take a small sip, feeling a mix of curiosity and embarrassment as I realize I might be in over my head. The atmosphere is filled with laughter and camaraderie as we delve deeper into the game, each revelation bringing us closer together. I got with Kacchan, and I felt shy as he held my hand, soothing me. They hadn't done much yet, and Kacchan shrugged. Mina smirked and asked if there were any interesting drinks I would be willing to try. I nodded, explaining that I would sip on the experimental ones and drink the actual ones. Todoroki laughed, glancing at Kacchan, who cursed under his breath and blushed slightly. Denki found it entertaining, and I laughed nervously. Uraraka announced that it was Kiri's turn. He leaned back, thinking, and then said he had never been into 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Kacchan lifted his drink for a moment before stopping, a worried frown on his face. I wondered if he thought I would judge him. 𝗎𝗪𝙢𝙢𝗢 asked for clarification, and Kiri explained to drink if it was about one's partner or sip if it was about oneself. I took a drink, and Kacchan's eyes snapped to me, making me blush. He then took a sip and I knew it. Ida, Mina, Todoroki, and Denki also sipped, while Hanta, Uraraka, 𝗎𝗪𝙢𝙢, and Toshi drank. Jiraiya remarked on how surprising it was that Ida and I were among the ones who drank. Todoroki smirked, suggesting that being with Kacchan would lead to such expectations. Kacchan scoffed, telling Todoroki not to act like he knew him. Hanta pointed out that Kacchan had sipped while Ida drank, and Kacchan snapped back, though without malice. Jiraiya then said it was her turn and announced she had never been into being degraded. I turned red, recalling some things Kacchan had said to me recently. I took a drink, and Kacchan chuckled, smirking at me. Everyone except Jiraiya, Kirishima, and Kacchan drank. Jiraiya continued, saying she had never been into using KNKY names like MSTR or Princess. I froze for a moment, realizing I might have been called that before. Uraraka asked if I was okay, and Mina seemed to panic, apologizing for her earlier comment. I laughed nervously and decided to drink. Kacchan shot daggers at Mina for a moment, but then took a drink himself. 𝗎𝗪𝙢𝙢 remarked on the interesting dynamic, and I smiled gratefully. Mina reassured Uraraka, who blushed. Kirishima teased Kacchan about what I called him, and Kacchan snorted, saying he would only reveal it because I had been outed for my raccoon eyes. Mina apologized again, and I smiled at her to ease her worries. Kacchan blushed lightly when I smirked and said, "Sir." Denki found it amusing, and Toshi leaned in to whisper something to him, causing Denki to turn red. Uraraka then announced her turn, saying she had never been into public play. Kacchan drank, and I bit my lip, recalling our mall experience. I took a drink, and Toshi noticed, glancing at my outfit. He smirked, taking a drink as well, while Denki expressed surprise. Toshi decided to spice things up, asking if anyone had acted on a public play KNK. Kacchan glanced at me, silently checking if I was okay with drinking to this. I sighed, my face turning red as I took a drink, and Kacchan followed suit. 𝗎𝗪 shouted in disbelief, and Kacchan snapped back, clarifying that it was just a brief makeout session in a dressing room. Mina's eyes widened, and she connected the dots with my outfit, grinning. Toshi smirked, having figured it out, and I stuck my tongue out at him. Jiraiya laughed, calling me wholesome despite my interests. Kacchan held me close as I leaned against his chest, and we continued playing, learning new things about each other and enjoying the light-hearted atmosphere. I never imagined I would participate in something like this, but with people I trusted, it felt friendly and non-judgmental. Eventually, I started to feel tired and dozed off against Kacchan's chest, listening to his heartbeat. I fell asleep just as it was Mina's turn. Kacchan noticed I was asleep and realized I had been resting against him for a while. He hadn't expected me to fall asleep. Shitty Hair expressed relief that I had come, and Kacchan admitted he had been worried about me. Icy Hot suggested that if they all worked together, they could make the upcoming Monday more bearable for me. Kacchan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the idea, and smirked, eager to hear more. Kacchan and I were preparing to return to school, and I felt overwhelmed. I paced back and forth in his dorm room, expressing my anxiety about the day ahead. Kacchan urged me to breathe, trying to calm my nerves. "Just trust me, it won't be as bad as you think," he says, taking a shaky breath as he grabs her shoulders. "Come on," he urges, kissing her gently, and she nods as he takes her hand. They head downstairs, making their way to UA. Her heart thumps against her chest, and once they step on campus, she tries to let go of Kacchan's hand, but he grips it tighter. He declares he doesn't care what people say, and she nods, keeping her eyes on the ground, avoiding anyone's gaze. She glances around, noticing that everyone must have been in class already, which felt odd. When they reach 2A, she relaxes slightly but still feels nervous as they walk in. The class greets them, and she shyly glances up, doing a double take. Todoroki remarks that they were wondering when she would show up. She notices his outfit. He's wearing a girl's uniform. Looking around, she loses her voice for a moment. They all were. Mina chimes in, explaining that they didn't want her to feel like all eyes were on her today, so they decided to share the experience. Tears fill her eyes as Kacchan squeezes her hand. "It's not just the class," he mumbles, and she raises an eyebrow just as someone opens the door. Kirishima bursts in, wearing a girl's uniform, and her jaw drops. Minoma walks in as well, dressed similarly. He claims that Class B wears the outfits better and greets her with a softened gaze. Minoma too. "Wait, Class B?" she asks, and they laugh before Mr. Aizawa enters. He explains that the whole school is involved. She has touched many people, including the teachers. Her jaw drops even further. Mina exclaims how amazing Mr. Aizawa looks, dressed in a long black sleeve turtleneck with gray tights and a knee-length black skirt. He requests no more comments, his face slightly red. Suddenly, Mike opens the door, and she nearly faints. His hair is down, and he wears a yellow floral dress with a belt, paired with a black leather jacket and black tights. Mr. Aizawa's face turns dark red, and Mike smirks before turning to her, saying he got her a new uniform. He hands her a girl's uniform package, and she looks at him in surprise before glancing at Kacchan. He smirks, insisting she better put it on. She nods and bows to everyone, expressing her gratitude, saying they have no idea what it means to her. She is soon wrapped in a group hug. After some reassurance, she heads to the boys' bathroom. Upon entering, she sees some classmates from general education wearing the female uniform. They weren't kidding. One of them approaches her, saying he recognizes her as Midoriya. He shares that she gave him the courage to start wearing outfits he really likes, and he might even start wearing dresses. She smiles, thanking him for the support, admitting she had no clue this was happening today. He comments on how cool it is, showing how much people care about her, before heading back to class. Looking in the mirror, she can't stop smiling. She quickly changes into the outfit and walks out, surprised to find Kacchan waiting outside the stall. He looks up, blushing darkly as he takes in her appearance. He mumbles about how lucky they are to be at school, and she playfully remarks that she now has her answer about whether she looks good. He pulls her in by her waist, kissing her deeply, and warns her that if he ever says no, she should expect a strong reaction. She giggles, pushing him back, her cheeks flushed. He insists they still have school and holds her by the waist as they head to class. She thinks today will be a really good day. A few hours later, they head out to lunch, and she notices guys she didn't even know wearing girls' uniforms. Some have makeup and earrings, and she is amazed by the number of people participating. While waiting in line for lunch, she turns to grab her tray and suddenly trips, landing on the floor. Kacchan rushes to help her up, and she hears snickering. A guy from the support corps, arms crossed and with a mischievous glint in his eye, calls her princess. Kacchan snaps, confronting the guy. He warns him to watch his words, stating he won't hesitate to defend her. The guy smirks back, but Kacchan steps closer, making it clear he won't tolerate disrespect. The tension escalates, and Kacchan releases a small explosion near the guy's face, demanding to know if he understands. The guy gulps, nervously admitting it was just a joke. Kacchan lets him go, and the guy falls to the ground. She notices some students recording the incident, and her breathing quickens as she backs into Uraraka, who realizes the situation. Panicking, she rushes out of the cafeteria, feeling overwhelmed by the attention. Just then, someone grabs her arm, pulling her into a classroom. 𝗵𝗃 greets her, excitedly discussing her ideas for incorporating black WHP into her gloves. She feels a wave of relief as 𝗵𝗃 shares her enthusiasm, promising to start on the new gloves once she returns to class. She assures 𝗵𝗃 that she can just talk to her anytime, and 𝗵𝗃 laughs, explaining she wanted to distract her from the earlier incident. Power Loader had a new running man, and he wouldn't be participating in class for the next month. This made him furious, but it didn't bother her at all. She didn't want someone like that near her friends. She had an idea to help protect her boyfriend's hearing, and she continued talking as if no one had been in trouble. She defended him, which felt incredibly sweet. She was right, she had distracted him, and now he felt calmer. Tears welled in his eyes as he threw his arms around her, catching her by surprise. She asked if he was okay, startled by his sudden display of emotion. He pulled back, wiping his face, and thanked her with a smile. She blinked, then smiled back, saying that's what friends are for. As they walked out together, she wrapped an arm around him, eager to find her boyfriend so she could measure his ears. It had been a week since he returned to school, and things were going well. He had started dressing in clothes he liked and wearing more makeup, which boosted his confidence. Whenever he went out with Kacchan, he felt great, even with some curious looks from others. Kacchan always held his hand, providing reassurance. He had been seeing Mr. Izuku twice a week to work through his feelings about recent events and his anxiety around phones. He learned that if he couldn't see a phone, he felt fine, but once he spotted one, his mind would freeze, worrying about being recorded and making a fool of himself. This was the only challenging part of school. Everyone had a phone. Classes 2A and 2B kept theirs in their bags, which he appreciated, but other classes did not. So, in the halls, he kept his head down to avoid looking at others. Now, he had just gotten home, and Kacchan was out for a while. He missed him and felt a bit restless. He put his pencil down, blushing at his own thoughts. He was wearing a galaxy skirt and a long-sleeve black CRP top. He closed his journal and flopped down on Kacchan's bed, closing his eyes and imagining Kacchan hovering over him, kissing his neck. He bit his lip, feeling a rush of emotions as he lost himself in the fantasy. Suddenly, he heard the door open and close. Startled, he opened his eyes to see Kacchan standing there, a smirk on his face. He felt his cheeks heat up, realizing Kacchan had walked in on him lost in thought. Kacchan teased him about missing him and suggested he could make him feel better. Embarrassment washed over him as Kacchan approached, playfully nipping at his neck. He felt a mix of confusion and excitement as Kacchan continued to tease him. Kacchan leaned closer, and he felt a rush of warmth. Kacchan's playful demeanor made him squirm, and he found himself lost in the moment. Kacchan's teasing continued, and he felt overwhelmed by the sensations. Eventually, they both settled down, Kacchan fixing his skirt and tucking him in before lying down beside him, still smirking. Kacchan claimed he was better at making him feel good, and he shyly agreed, admitting he really liked it. Kacchan asked if he missed him, and he buried his face in Kacchan's chest, nodding quietly. Kacchan shared his own feelings about being stuck at the fashion agency with his parents longer than expected. They talked about Kacchan's modeling, which he hadn't done since he was 10. Kacchan explained that they needed a variety of people for a new men's fashion line, and he had agreed to. He smiled and kissed Kacchan lightly, feeling proud to be dating a model. Kacchan teased him about being shy, which made him roll his eyes. Kacchan then suggested going on a date that night, catching him off guard. He eagerly agreed, excited for their next adventure together. Of course, he said with a grin before sitting up. He instructed her to go to her dorm and wear something nice, preferably a skirt or dress. She felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she asked curiously where they were going. He raised an eyebrow and teased that he wouldn't reveal anything just yet, urging her to hurry back to her dorm since they had an hour. She smiled, standing on her tiptoes to give him a quick peck on the lips. He smirked, running his thumb over her lips, warning her that if she didn't leave soon, she might end up back in bed for another little session. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly backed away, blushing as she left the dorm room, hearing him chuckle behind her. A date with Kacchan. They hadn't gone out on a proper date before. She felt a rush of anxiety about what to wear and decided to seek help. She dashed over to Mina's dorm and knocked on the door. When it opened, she found Mina, Uraraka, Toshi, and Toru inside. Mina greeted her with enthusiasm, commenting on how great she looked, which made her blush even more. Toshi leaned over, reminding her that she still needed to loan him that top. She explained her dilemma about Kacchan taking her on a date and not telling her what to wear, only mentioning a skirt or dress. Mina's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she turned to the group, declaring that it was makeover time. Toshi quickly volunteered to help pick out outfits while the girls squealed in delight. As she stood nervously in front of Kacchan's door, anxiety washed over her. The girls and Toshi had gone all out for her. Toshi had chosen a lovely green dress that fell just above her knees, complemented by knee-high black stockings and little red flats. Mina had added hair extensions, while 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗏 had done her makeup to enhance her natural features, ensuring her freckles were visible. They hid around the corner, watching her as Toshi grinned behind them. Blushing deeply, she knocked on Kacchan's door. When he opened it, her breath caught in her throat. He wore a white button-up shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, paired with dark blue jeans and a black belt. His face flushed pink upon seeing her, and she looked down shyly, questioning if her outfit was too much. Before she could finish her thought, he pulled her in by the waist for a deep kiss. She heard Mina and Achiko squeal in delight, and she felt her cheeks heat up as Kacchan pulled away, glancing at them with a smirk. He asked if they could mind their own business, but there was no real bite to his tone. She hid her face in his chest, feeling flustered. The girls cheered them on as they left, with Toshi casually reminding them to have fun. Katsuki chuckled as he looked down at her, smirking. He teased about whether they would need protection, running a finger down her spine, which made her shiver. He warned her not to provoke anything unless she wanted to. Clearing her throat, she suggested they get going, and he chuckled at her response, taking her hand. He mentioned that he had ordered a ride, which would arrive shortly. As they made their way downstairs, they spotted Hanta and Tenya studying on the couch. Hanta complimented them on their looks and asked where they were headed. Kacchan smirked at her before rolling his eyes at Hanta, telling him it was none of his business. Tenya reminded them not to stay out too late since it was a school night, while Kacchan ushered them out the door. As they stepped outside, she playfully urged him to be nice, to which he snorted, squeezing her hand. He insisted he was nice, but they were just too nosy. His phone buzzed, but he ignored it, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Carefully, she suggested that he could check it, as it could help her get better at using phones. He hesitated but eventually took out his phone, revealing it was the group chat. They were discussing how amazing they both looked. She leaned over to peek at the screen, seeing various messages and images shared among their friends, including a photo of Kacchan pulling her in for a kiss. Feeling a bit more relaxed, she took Kacchan's phone, surprising him. She asked if they could take a picture together. He nodded, leaning down to hold her by the waist, pressing a kiss to her temple. She smiled, holding up a peace sign as they took the photo. She sent it to the group chat, announcing that she was using a phone and sharing another photo. The responses flooded in, filled with excitement and encouragement, making her feel proud of herself. As she prepared to leave, she felt a sense of accomplishment and joy, knowing she was taking steps forward with Kacchan by her side. Stop taking pictures of Deku without permission, or the phones will be destroyed. Tapeface apologized, while Brainwash, with a smirk, claimed he wouldn't care since he knew Deku would use his picture as a lock screen. Pikachu called out affectionately, but Brainwash brushed it off. Deku exchanged a glance with Kacchan, who chuckled, recalling how he had saved a photo of Toshi, which made Deku smirk, knowing Toshi had called him out. When their car arrived, Kacchan opened the door for Deku, causing him to blush. The driver's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized them. He asked if they were UA students, and nerves hit Deku while Kacchan lied, saying no. The driver seemed to accept it, shaking his head as he drove off, rolling up the window that separated them. Deku turned to Kacchan, questioning the lie, to which Kacchan shrugged, stating it was none of the driver's business. He reasoned that the driver probably knew the truth but wouldn't ask questions if they denied it. Deku nodded, understanding. Kacchan then squeezed Deku's thigh gently, reassuring him to relax. Deku blushed but leaned his head against Kacchan, closing his eyes and sighing contentedly. Kacchan rested his head on Deku's, and as they drifted in and out of sleep, Kacchan tapped his leg softly after about 30 minutes, announcing they had arrived. Deku blinked the drowsiness from his eyes and realized they were at an Italian restaurant. Confusion washed over him as he wondered why Kacchan was doing all this for him. It wasn't their anniversary, nor was it either of their birthdays. He suddenly remembered the date. Curious, he asked Kacchan what today was, and Kacchan smirked as he revealed it was March 14th. Deku froze, realizing it was White Day, a holiday in Japan where those who receive gifts on Valentine's Day were expected to return the favor. Since they hadn't been together on Valentine's Day, Deku hadn't thought about White Day at all. Panic set in as he realized he hadn't prepared anything for Kacchan. Kacchan teased him about malfunctioning, and Deku blinked in surprise, admitting he didn't have a gift. Kacchan chuckled, saying he didn't mind since Deku had a lot going on. He had planned the outing to surprise him. Deku felt a blush creeping up his cheeks, touched by Kacchan's thoughtfulness. Kacchan mentioned that Deku's birthday was next month, and he would have to go all out for that. They entered the restaurant, which was quite nice. At the hostess stand, the lady greeted them and asked if they had a reservation. Kacchan calmly replied that they did, under Bakugou, for a table for two. Deku blushed at the thought of Kacchan making a reservation. They were led to a booth, and after receiving their menus, Deku turned to Kacchan with a laugh, asking if he had planned this all out. Kacchan confirmed he had, explaining that he had made the reservation a week ago after visiting his parents' agency. Deku smiled lightly, surprised by Kacchan's efforts. He never expected Kacchan to be the type to plan such things, but he had been pleasantly surprised over the past few weeks. It felt surreal to think that Kacchan had liked him all this time. Grateful, Deku expressed his thanks, acknowledging that Kacchan didn't have to go through all this trouble. Kacchan, however, took a deep breath and reached for Deku's hand. He confessed that he wasn't the nicest guy and had done many things he regretted, especially towards Deku. He admitted that every time he did something to make Deku smile, it was a step towards forgiving himself for his past actions. Deku's eyes widened as he realized Kacchan still carried that guilt. He had forgiven Kacchan long ago and hadn't realized how much it still affected him. Softly, he called out to Kacchan, who looked up at him. Leaning across the table, Deku kissed Kacchan gently before leaning back. He assured Kacchan that he would kiss him 1,000 times if that's what it took for him to forgive himself. Kacchan looked stunned for a moment before a small smile broke across his face, playfully suggesting it might take more than 1,000 kisses. Deku laughed and declared his love for Kacchan, who took his hand again, reciprocating the sentiment. After leaving the restaurant around 10 p.m., they were both in high spirits. Kacchan kept his arm around Deku's waist, looking happier than Deku had ever seen him. They stopped by a nearby store where Kacchan bought a large blanket and pillows. When Deku questioned him about it, Kacchan simply said he would find out soon. They waited outside for another ride, and Kacchan asked if they could take another photo together. Despite feeling a bit anxious, Deku agreed, determined to overcome his discomfort. Kacchan leaned down, wrapping an arm around Deku's neck and kissing his cheek as he snapped the picture. Deku smiled at the photo, and Kacchan glanced at him with a soft smile. He then asked if Deku minded if people knew about their relationship. Deku shook his head, noting that they hadn't been hiding it. Kacchan pulled up Instagram, expressing a longing to post a picture of them together. Deku laughed lightly, teasing him about updating his relationship status. Kacchan admitted he had done that on Facebook but hadn't mentioned Deku's name in case he didn't want him to. Deku giggled, surprised that Kacchan was into that kind of stuff. He assured Kacchan he didn't mind, and Kacchan added Deku's name before posting the photo on both platforms, captioning it with playful emojis. As Deku blushed at the comments from their classmates, he felt a warmth in his heart, knowing their relationship was blossoming. "Can you help me set my phone up?" The surprise on his face was evident as he agreed. As our ride arrived, we got in and headed off. I watched out the window with curiosity, wondering where we were going. He mentioned we had one more stop before reaching our destination. After about 30 minutes, Kacchan stopped the driver, and we got out, with him leading me up a trail off the road. He mentioned he had heard there was supposed to be a meteor shower and thought it would be cool to watch. I laughed, teasing him about wearing a dress while hiking up a steep hill. He grabbed my hand, pulling me up as we reached the top. He chuckled, playfully reminding me of his strength as the 9th wielder of One for All. I rolled my eyes as he laid down a blanket and a couple of pillows. As we settled in, he sat down on the blanket, pulling me into his lap. I squeaked in surprise, and he chuckled, wrapping his arms around my waist. Looking around, I noticed we were the only ones there. I remarked on how secluded the spot was, and he kissed my head, explaining that he hoped we wouldn't be disturbed. As we watched the sunset, I leaned back against him, and we talked about random things. Then he asked me something I hadn't discussed with anyone before. He inquired about the previous year and what could have been different with Shigaraki. I paused, reflecting on the weight of the question. I expressed my disbelief that he was gone and my longing to have saved him. Kacchan reassured me that it wasn't my fault, but I still wished I could have done something. Nightmares occasionally haunted me, especially the ones where Kacchan had pushed me out of harm's way or when I had arrived too late to save Shigaraki. I felt grateful to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 for bringing him back. Flinching at the memories, Kacchan noticed and asked if I was okay. I nodded, sighing, and suggested we change the subject. He frowned but agreed, apologizing for bringing it up. I admitted I just wanted to relax for now, and he nodded, kissing the top of my head. Suddenly, something shot across the sky, and I pointed excitedly at the meteorites flying above us. Kacchan quickly turned to watch, and I noticed he recorded the appealing scene as the sun continued to set. I felt his gaze on me and turned to see him pulling me closer, resting his hand on my waist. He gave me a loving look and a small smile as I wrapped an arm around him, gazing into his eyes. He whispered that he loved me, causing my face to heat up as he leaned down, resting his forehead against mine. I returned his sentiment, feeling the warmth of the moment. As he pulled me closer, I felt a rush of affection, and we shared a tender connection under the starry sky. The meteor shower continued, creating a magical atmosphere around us. Kacchan's gentle demeanor made me feel safe, and I leaned into him, enjoying the peacefulness of the moment. We were lost in our own world, surrounded by the beauty of the night sky and the warmth of each other's presence. The bit of discomfort faded, and small gasps escaped as pleasure began to take over. He chuckled quietly, announcing his intention to add another finger. Izuku blushed and nodded eagerly in response. As the second finger pushed in, he felt a stretch, but when those fingers moved deep inside, they pressed against something that made him arch his back, covering his mouth to stifle a gasp. With a playful tone, he remarked that he had found the right spot, brushing back Izuku's curls as he continued to hit that sensitive area repeatedly. Izuku's 𝗵𝗲 grew louder, and he gripped his shoulders tightly. The teasing smirk on his face was accompanied by a blush as he covered Izuku's mouth, playfully commenting on how loud he was being. Izuku closed his eyes, tilting his head back, overwhelmed by the sensations. As the pace quickened, he felt himself nearing the edge, only for his partner to suddenly stop, causing him to whine in frustration. With a smirk, he reminded Izuku to be patient, teasingly unbuttoning his briefs. Izuku, wanting to keep his dress intact, removed it, feeling his partner's eyes roam over his body with admiration. The compliment made him blush even deeper. After preparing himself, he gently pressed his lips against Izuku's, checking if he was still sure about continuing. Izuku nodded eagerly, expressing his longing to proceed. With a gentle assurance, he leaned in for a deeper kiss, aligning himself at Izuku's entrance. Izuku froze for a moment, gripping him tightly, and he glanced back with concern. After a brief hesitation, Izuku shook his head, determined to go through with it. As he began to push in, Izuku tensed slightly, feeling a sting. He placed soft kisses along Izuku's neck, pausing his movements to allow him to adjust. After whispering encouraging words, Izuku took a shaky breath and urged him to move. He complied, starting a rhythm that made Izuku bite his lip in pleasure. As he began to touch himself, Izuku felt a rush of excitement. The sounds of their breathing filled the air, and with each move, he felt himself getting closer to the edge. Izuku's pleas for more speed were met with a chuckle as his partner adjusted his angle, hitting deeper and causing gasps of pleasure. The sensations intensified, and Izuku wrapped his arms around him, feeling the heat of the moment. With every move, the praise made Izuku shudder, and he felt himself nearing his limit. As the urgency built, he cried out, urging his partner to let him release. The pace quickened, and as they reached their peaks, the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them in that moment of bliss. Afterward, they shared a tender moment, with his partner pulling him close and expressing his affection. Izuku felt warmth spread through him, feeling cherished and loved. They lay together, watching the meteor shower outside, an appealing sight that mirrored the feelings blooming between them. As sleep began to take over, Izuku felt safe and content, drifting off next to his partner. The next morning, however, brought a sudden awakening as familiar voices filled the air. Izawa and Mike stood there, arms crossed, and Izuku's eyes widened in realization of the trouble they were in. Despite the situation, the memories of the night before lingered, a secret shared between them, and Izuku couldn't help but smile at the thought. Kacchan quickly explained that they had been watching something and accidentally fell asleep, prompting Aizawa to raise an eyebrow. Mike glanced at my neck, and I instinctively covered it, looking away. Aizawa acknowledged Kacchan's statement, but before he could say more, Kacchan shoved a video of the meteor shower in his face, with me smiling in the frame. Aizawa's expression softened slightly, and Mike leaned in to observe. Mike complimented me, saying I was getting better, which made me blush and remain quiet. Aizawa sighed and handed the phone back to Kacchan, who looked at my neck again. I turned away, feeling a bit shy, and he snorted, pinching the bridge of his nose. Mike began to reminisce about how they were similar at our age, but Aizawa quickly covered his mouth, blushing. It dawned on me that they wore matching wedding bands, and I realized they had been married for a long time. Kacchan smirked, piecing it together, and Aizawa sighed, giving us a warning to clean up and pick up the blanket. He expressed his disinterest in knowing what was in the water bottle and reminded us it was time for school. As he turned away, Mike leaned in and joked about their protection, causing Aizawa to snap back at him. I felt my face heat up as Kacchan helped me to my feet. I winced slightly in pain, and he looked at me with concern, asking if I was okay. I nodded shyly, admitting I was sore, and he nodded sympathetically. Kacchan grabbed the water bottle and blanket as we headed to Aizawa and 𝗵𝘃𝗃 car. He tossed the bottle into a trash can before we climbed into the back seat. I winced again as I sat down, and Kacchan rubbed my thighs soothingly while I leaned my head against him. Aizawa mentioned that we might want to text our classmates, revealing that he and Mike weren't the only ones looking for us. Kacchan opened his phone, and I leaned in, my eyes widening at the messages. Aizawa glanced at me with a proud expression as I engaged with my phone, but when I caught him looking, he returned to his stern demeanor. I began reading the messages from our classmates, which expressed their concern about our whereabouts. As I scrolled through, I felt a mix of emotions, from worry to relief that they cared. Kacchan sent a video of us at the meteor shower to reassure them, and the responses were filled with excitement and relief. I couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie with my friends. As we arrived at the dorms, Aizawa informed us we had an hour and a half to get ready. I felt a pang of guilt and unexpectedly hugged him, thanking him for caring. He returned the hug, reminding me to be smarter next time, and I nodded as he ruffled my hair. Kacchan and I dashed inside, trying to avoid our classmates. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 called out to us, but we quickly entered the elevator, eager to avoid any questions about my neck. I expressed my concern about how to cover the marks, admitting I didn't own any makeup. Kacchan suggested we ask Toshi, and when we met him and Denki, Toshi smirked, teasing me about what we had done the previous night. I felt my cheeks warm again as I asked Denki for help. He agreed, and we all headed to his room. I winced as I sat down, prompting Toshi to raise an eyebrow, but Kacchan quickly intervened, warning him not to start anything. Denki, while applying concealer, revealed that he had experience covering acne, which made me curious about his skills. I complimented him on his talent, and he laughed nervously. As he finished up, Kacchan eyed him suspiciously, prompting Denki to change the subject and suggest we head to breakfast. He grabbed Toshi's hand, and they hurried out, leaving Kacchan and me alone. I remarked on Denki's behavior, and Kacchan agreed, suggesting that Denki might have a hidden interest in makeup. I smiled at Kacchan's concern for his friends, and as I remembered I had left my necklace in Denki's room, I told Kacchan I would be right back. He nodded and continued to his room while I turned around, hearing voices around the corner. I approached quietly, curious about what Toshi and Denki were discussing. Toshi expressed disbelief that Denki thought Izuku would judge him for liking makeup. Denki acknowledged that Izuku wouldn't, but he worried about Katsuki's perception of him. He felt that their friendship was difficult to navigate, fearing that his interest in makeup might change how Katsuki viewed him. Denki didn't see himself as a femboy like Izuku. He simply enjoyed makeup and valued his friendship with Katsuki too much to risk altering it. Toshi reassured Denki that Katsuki showed love for his friends in different ways and suggested that if Denki talked to him, things would improve. He hated seeing Denki feel self-conscious about something he loved. As they leaned closer, Toshi cupped Denki's face, and Denki leaned into him, seeking comfort. Suddenly, Katsuki's voice interrupted them, asking if he could talk. Denki froze, and Katsuki's serious expression made it clear that he wanted to address something important. As they returned to Katsuki's room, Denki felt waves of anxiety wash over him. Katsuki closed the door and turned to Denki, expressing his confusion over why Denki thought he would judge him for liking makeup. He emphasized that he valued Denki as a friend and didn't see him any differently for his interests. Denki fidgeted, feeling the weight of Katsuki's words. He admitted that he saw Katsuki as one of his closest friends and wanted to maintain that connection, but he felt that his interest in makeup set him apart. Katsuki was taken aback, realizing that his teasing had been misinterpreted as a sign of disinterest. He pulled Denki into a hug, reassuring him that he cared deeply and didn't mean to make him feel that way. Denki, feeling vulnerable, hesitated before revealing his feelings. Confessed that he liked Katsuki and had been considering a relationship involving both Katsuki and Izuku. Katsuki was surprised but asked Denki to clarify. Denki explained that he found both Katsuki and Izuku attractive and that he and Toshi had been thinking about a polyamorous relationship. Katsuki needed time to process this revelation but was open to the idea. He expressed his love for Izuku and made it clear that any decision would involve him as well. Denki felt relieved and hopeful, and Katsuki reassured him that their friendship would remain strong regardless of what happened. As Denki left to talk to Toshi, Katsuki reflected on the conversation. Izuku entered the room, and Katsuki decided to discuss the situation with him. He felt nervous but knew it was important to share his thoughts and feelings about the potential relationship. After a few moments of silence, Katsuki explained everything to Izuku, who listened intently. Katsuki noticed Izuku's thoughtful expression and felt a sense of relief wash over him as he realized they could navigate this new territory together. Denki was sweet and undeniably cute, so the idea didn't seem bad at all. The other person admitted to blushing, and a relieved breath escaped him. They were in the same boat, having always found Denki endearing and attractive. There had been feelings that had been pushed back, but the thought of giving it a chance was appealing. The other person just wanted to ensure they were on board first. Interlocking fingers, they shared a moment of connection. Leaning his head on the other's shoulder, he received a gentle kiss on the top of his head. The other person then asked if he should send a text to Pikachu, to which he nodded, humming in agreement as the phone was pulled out. It turned out that Pikachu had already set up a group chat, except for one person, who needed to set up his phone. The messages exchanged were light-hearted and filled with excitement about their new arrangement. They both smiled at the playful banter, feeling a sense of camaraderie. As they prepared for school, the other person winced slightly while changing, still feeling some discomfort. When dressed in his skirt and sports bra, he felt a warm hug around his waist. A teasing remark was made about kissing it better, causing him to blush deeply. Laughter filled the room, lightening the mood. At lunch, they grabbed their trays and spotted Denki and Toshi waving them over to a table in the back. Sitting down, there was a nervous energy among them. Breaking the ice, the other person asked if they were all boyfriends now, and everyone seemed to agree. They decided it was important to discuss a few things to avoid confusion in their new relationship dynamic. As they talked, it was clear that they wanted to be open and honest about their feelings and boundaries. They agreed that it was okay to be with each other freely, as long as everyone communicated their needs. The conversation shifted to more personal topics, and one person brought up the subject of intimacy. It was a delicate topic, but they all acknowledged their past experiences and the importance of being clear about their preferences. Denki, shy yet earnest, suggested that they should take things one step at a time, focusing on building comfort with each other. The others nodded in agreement, appreciating his perspective. They shared a few laughs, easing the tension as they discussed their feelings and boundaries. Eventually, Denki hinted at something he wanted to share but decided to wait. The group reassured him that it was fine to take his time. As the conversation wrapped up, they all felt a sense of unity and excitement about their new relationship. They agreed on the importance of being open and supportive as they navigated this new chapter together. With smiles and laughter, they confirmed their commitment to each other, feeling ready to embrace whatever came next. What time did they all agree on? He checked the message and confirmed they would finish their training session in 30 minutes. Nodding, they headed inside. Once in the dorm, he flopped onto the bed, rolling to his side as Toshi curled into his chest. He teased Toshi about being a cuddle bug, and Toshi playfully responded, blushing as he buried his face deeper. Toshi pointed out that he had noticed how the other would blush around Katsuki and sometimes even Izuku. He rolled his eyes, feeling his cheeks warm at the mention. Toshi continued, recalling how he nearly had a heart attack when Katsuki reached over to grab a book for him, or when Izuku accidentally fell into his arms. Katsuki was undeniably attractive, Toshi admitted, acknowledging that he could dominate effortlessly but also had a softer side reserved for a select few. He confessed that Izuku's shy nature had captured his heart since their first meeting. However, he thought their feelings would never blossom into anything more, which is why they had kept their emotions to themselves. They both laughed at how far they had come. Toshi, looking a bit guilty, mentioned he hadn't meant to pry about his secret, he was just curious. He reassured Toshi that it was all right, understanding the confusion since they had only recently started dating. Toshi then asked if there was a specific reason for not telling their friends yet. He reflected on how they had only just become friends before starting their relationship, while he had known Katsuki and Izuku for much longer. The thought of revealing something so personal felt daunting, especially since their friendship was still new. He felt he had more to lose if they didn't accept him for who he was. Toshi acknowledged that he understood Denki's anxiety, but he doubted their friends would care. He questioned why Denki was so anxious about Katsuki's opinion, noting that he had been friends with him longer. Denki sighed, explaining that the dynamics felt different now. He had always been the one in control in past relationships, and the thought of being vulnerable with Katsuki made him nervous. Toshi reassured him that if it ever came to that, he believed Katsuki would be gentle and respectful. Denki appreciated Toshi's comforting words, showering him with kisses as Toshi laughed. Suddenly, they heard a voice at the door. Izuku and Katsuki had arrived, and they quickly stood up. Katsuki casually tossed his workout bag next to the door, mentioning that they had just returned. He teased Denki about the affectionate display he had been sharing with Toshi. Denki smirked and playfully suggested that Toshi needed more kisses, giving him a gentle push toward Katsuki, who caught him with an amused expression. Toshi blushed, looking up at Katsuki, while Izuku giggled at the scene. Katsuki tilted Toshi's chin up and gave him a gentle kiss, causing Toshi to melt into his arms. Denki couldn't help but feel a pang of longing, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. He then pulled Izuku in for a hug from behind, complimenting his workout outfit, which made Izuku blush. They discussed plans to visit a carnival in the nearby city, and Denki suggested splitting into pairs with those they liked from the other relationships. Toshi, Izuku, Kacchan, and I were all together, discussing our plans. Izuku suddenly mentioned that he needed to change and dashed out of the room. Toshi smirked and followed him, excitedly claiming he could finally borrow that black CRP top now that they were together. I laughed, and Katsuki chuckled beside me. I glanced at him shyly, feeling my cheeks heat up as he raised an eyebrow in response. It was strange, I was used to making Toshi blush, not the other way around. Katsuki pointed out that I looked cute when I was shy, which was a stark contrast to my usual loud and confident self. He settled onto my bed, and I admitted that I wasn't accustomed to being the one receiving flirtation. Toshi often did it, but it was usually cheesy. Katsuki smirked and pulled me down, causing my heart to race. He leaned closer, teasing that I looked like I wanted a kiss earlier. I nodded slowly, feeling my heart 𝗵𝗃 as he cupped my face and pressed his lips against mine. The warmth spread through me as I kissed him back, gripping his shirt as he drew me closer. Suddenly, we heard Toshi's voice, and we pulled apart. I turned to see him smirking, now wearing a long-sleeve CRP top and black sweats, while Izuku, in a long red sweater and black ripped shorts, was blushing but grinning widely at us. I groaned, my face burning, and Katsuki chuckled, suggesting we should leave. I nodded, still flustered, as Toshi laughed at our awkwardness. As I stood up, trying to regain my composure, Katsuki grabbed my arm, concerned. He asked if I was okay, and I looked at him, confused. When my gaze landed on his gray sweats, panic surged through me. I quickly walked past Toshi and Izuku, heading straight for the showers, mortified that I had just gotten my PRD while with Katsuki. Meanwhile, Brainwash noticed Denki's sudden exit and rushed after him, concerned about the BLD. Izuku followed, worried, but Brainwash reassured him that Denki was fine, just embarrassed. He needed to ask Denki something important. Izuku turned to me, offering to fetch new clothes for me to change into after my shower. In a moment of distraction, I pulled him down into a kiss, my mind racing. When Izuku promised to return, I nodded, still worried about Denki. Brainwash soon came back with Denki, who was still a bit flustered. Brainwash explained that Denki was intersex, which meant he had both male and female traits, and that was why he had left so abruptly. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, grateful that he was okay. Deku smiled, relieved as well, and I muttered a thankful comment. I grabbed the clothes Izuku had brought and asked where Denki's clothes were, ready to help him out. Brainwash handed me some black sweats and a white shirt, teasing me about my knowledge of feminine hygiene products. I shrugged it off, explaining that my mom had always been open about these things, preparing me for any situation. As I headed to the showers, I placed the clothes and a tampon on the bench outside. Denki called out, and I leaned against the wall next to the shower curtain, identifying myself. I heard some fumbling and a thud, followed by Denki's groans. Concerned, I pulled back the curtain to find him on the floor, looking pained. I chuckled softly, helping him up and assuring him that I didn't mind his situation. Denki seemed tense, and I rubbed his shoulders, encouraging him to relax. He admitted that this wasn't how he wanted me to find out about his condition. I brushed his hair back, reassuring him that it was okay. I took off my shirt, ready to stay with him, and as he turned to let the water hit him, I `ed off my clothes, closing the curtain for privacy. Denki's request for me to stay surprised me, but I agreed, wanting to support him. I could tell he was still feeling uneasy, so I continued to rub his shoulders, trying to ease his tension. I reassured him that it was all right, and we would get through this together. He was still their boyfriend, and she noticed the blush on his cheeks as he turned to look at her. He mentioned wanting to swap places since he had been under the water for a moment. As he moved out of the way, she glanced at him, noting his intention to get dressed while waiting for her. She informed him that his clothes were on the bench, along with a personal item. He thanked her, and she fought back a small smile that threatened to appear. He requested that she stay turned around, and she hummed in agreement while cleaning herself off. After finishing, she turned off the water and he handed her a towel, saying he would wait outside the curtain. She chuckled at him and dried off quickly before reaching for her clothes. Once dressed, she pulled back the curtain, still drying her hair, and saw him sitting on the bench, scrolling through his phone. He looked up and blushed, putting his phone away. She asked if he still wanted to go to the carnival or stay in, mentioning that their friends had left but it was up to him. He hesitated, expressing his reluctance to bail, but she could tell he wanted to do anything else. She decided they would stay in, teasing him about looking like he wanted to crawl into bed and sleep. He sighed but nodded in agreement, admitting she wasn't wrong. She smirked and helped him up, noticing he had rolled his breathes up in his shirt. She instructed him to go to her dorm while she took care of their clothes. He was surprised when she handed him the key, insisting it was her mess to handle. She leaned in and kissed him softly, urging him to go to her dorm. He froze, blushing, and nodded before heading off. She walked to the laundry room, tossing the clothes in and starting the wash. When she returned to her dorm, she found him admiring her All Might poster. He joked about her not being as obsessed as their friend, and she closed the door behind her, pulling him to her bed. He snuggled into her side, and she found him cute. He apologized for something, and she reassured him that it was okay. He expressed his feelings about his past, revealing how his parents had wanted a girl and how they rarely spoke to him now. She felt anger rise within her at the thought of his parents and took a shaky breath, wishing they would never meet her. She turned to him, pulling him closer and whispering that they were missing out. He thanked her and asked about her feelings, expressing gratitude for letting him see this side of her. Her heart fluttered at his words. They lay together quietly until his breathing slowed, indicating he had fallen asleep. She murmured to herself that she liked him more than she had realized and kissed the top of his head before closing her eyes, listening to the sound of his steady breathing until she drifted off. As they entered the carnival, Hitoshi asked Izuku what he wanted to do first. Izuku admitted he wasn't sure, mentioning that the school festival was the only event he had attended with booths and rides. Hitoshi frowned, realizing that despite his own experiences at various fairs, Izuku had only been to the school festival. He noticed Izuku nervously adjusting his skirt and asked if he was all right. Izuku explained that he still felt anxious going out dressed like that without Katsuki by his side. Hitoshi reassured him that he might not seem it, but he wasn't afraid to speak up if needed. He offered to take care of anyone who bothered Izuku, which made Izuku's cheeks heat up in appreciation. Hitoshi felt his own face warm as they continued walking. Then, Izuku asked how long Hitoshi had liked him. Hitoshi admitted it was since the sports festival, surprising Izuku. Hitoshi explained how impressed he was by Izuku's bravery in overcoming his quirk and how he found him cute. Izuku blushed at the compliment and stumbled over his words when asked about his feelings. He recalled the day Hitoshi had comforted him after a training session, remembering how scared he had been. Hitoshi recalled that moment, realizing it had been their first real conversation, and felt a connection growing between them. That was a while ago, too. He shrugged shyly, admitting that he loved that memory. She wrapped her arms around his waist and suggested they have some fun. He grinned and nodded in agreement. They began heading to booths like ring toss and basketball, enjoying the silly carnival games. She had never seen him laugh and smile so much before. At one booth, he kept glancing at a red panda stuffed animal. It was a game where you had to knock down items off a shelf 3 times to win. She tried hard to win it for him but kept failing. When it was Izuku's turn, he won effortlessly and got her a black cat stuffed animal. As he turned away, she discreetly slipped the booth attendant 10,000 yen for the red panda. He snorted but handed it over, and she quickly shoved it into Izuku's arms. He was surprised and asked how she managed to get it. She playfully said the guy had sympathy for her, and he raised an eyebrow, shaking his head while squeezing the large red panda and burying his face in it. She smirked, looking down at her outfit, which was bolder than what she was used to. While she couldn't wear what Izuku wore, she occasionally enjoyed cross-dressing. As they made their way to the food trucks, a guy bumped into Izuku and rudely insulted him. Izuku tensed, and she quickly turned around, ready to defend him. She confronted the guy, stating that he had insulted her boyfriend and that she wouldn't let it slide. Activating her quirk, she crossed her arms, challenging him. The guy froze, his eyes glazing over as she told him he would be released from her quirk once he exited the carnival. He nodded and turned to leave. Izuku expressed concern about her actions, but she reassured him that she wouldn't let anyone insult him. Once the guy left, she leaned down and kissed Izuku, who froze for a moment before kissing her back as she pulled him in by the waist. It felt amazing. She teased him about still being mad at her, and he rolled his eyes but smiled. He joked that if she bought him food, he might reconsider. She laughed, noting that being with Katsuki had changed him for the better. He admitted he felt more confident, thanks to Katsuki's support, and she was glad to see that he had also helped calm Katsuki down. Their phones buzzed with a message from Katsuki, sending a picture of Denki asleep on his chest. They both smiled at the adorable sight. She mentioned that Denki often had painful PRDS, which made Izuku frown in concern. He suggested they bring something back for both of them, especially Denki. She agreed, taking his hand as they headed to the food trucks. After getting their food, she asked him about his experience with One for All and whether it felt strange to have all those quirks. He explained that it had felt weird at first, especially trying to control them, but now they felt like a part of him. She expressed her understanding of how overwhelming that must have been, and he mentioned that at least Katsuki had known about his quirk from the beginning. He recalled how Katsuki had pieced things together after seeing him with all might, especially after the events at Kamino. She reassured him that he no longer had to hide his quirk, and he smiled, leaning over to peck her lips. Suddenly, they were interrupted by familiar voices. Ijiro and Kyoka had spotted them, and she felt a rush of panic. She quickly insisted that it wasn't what it looked like, but Kyoka pointed out that they appeared to be on a date. She blushed, realizing that was indeed the case. Hitoshi, standing nearby, declared he would tell them the truth, and she rubbed her arm nervously. Ijiro asked what they were talking about, and Kyoka crossed her arms, looking curious. Hitoshi explained that they were in a polyamorous relationship with Katsuki, Izuku, and Denki, showing them the picture of Denki asleep. They both relaxed, and Ijiro smiled, relieved that they were not cheating. Kyoka asked when this had happened, and they admitted it was recent. She expressed her sympathy, saying they hadn't known any classmates would be at the carnival. They requested that the couple keep it a secret for now, and Ijiro agreed, congratulating them. He asked why Katsuki and Denki weren't with them, and Hitoshi explained that Denki had gotten sick, prompting Katsuki to stay behind and take care of him. Ijiro chuckled, noting that people often forgot how sweet Katsuki could be. Kyoka asked if Denki was okay, and they assured her he was. She joked about not wanting her favorite annoyance to get severely ill, causing Hitoshi to laugh and the narrator to giggle. She assured them it was just a stomach bug, and Ijiro, grabbing Kyoka's hand, said they would leave the two alone and wouldn't tell the class until they were ready. The narrator expressed relief that it was them and not anyone else. Hitoshi whispered that it was good they didn't immediately jump to conclusions about cheating, and the narrator pressed close to him at the mention of photos. They expressed a longing to avoid having another photo leaked without context, and Hitoshi wrapped his arm around her, reassuring her that they were there for her. He acknowledged her anxiety about phones and promised to talk to Denki about it. They finished their food, and Hitoshi asked what she wanted to do afterward. Noticing the sun setting, she pointed to the Ferris wheel and asked if they could ride it before leaving. Hitoshi teased her about it being cheesy, but when she hesitated, he quickly assured her they could go. They finished their meal and got in line for the Ferris wheel, leaving their stuffed animals with the attendant before taking their seats. As the ride began, Hitoshi shared his least favorite part was the waiting for everyone to get on and off. The narrator laid her head on his shoulder, and he wrapped his arm around her, making her blush. He called her adorable, and she snorted quietly. When they reached the top, Hitoshi asked if he could take a photo of them, and she agreed softly. He took the picture while she rested her head on his shoulder and he kissed the top of her head. Later, the narrator used her spare key to open Kacchan's room, finding him snuggled close to Denki, both fast asleep. Hitoshi whispered if they should let them be, but the narrator hesitated, recalling she hadn't slept away from Kacchan since the drama. Hitoshi suggested that Kacchan's bed was big enough, and she asked if he was comfortable with that. After he confirmed, they changed into comfortable clothes before carefully joining Kacchan in bed. Hitoshi whispered good night to the narrator, who smiled back and curled up against Kacchan's back. Kacchan turned to wrap an arm around her, and she felt his warmth as he mumbled good night. The morning came with a familiar voice waking them up. Aizawa stood at the doorway, wide-eyed, and the narrator closed her eyes again, muttering about wanting to sleep. Aizawa sighed, stating that Hitoshi could make his own choices and soon left the room. Hitoshi mumbled about wanting to talk to Aizawa first, expressing his anxiety about the situation. The narrator crawled over Denki to get off the bed and asked if he planned to talk to Aizawa. Hitoshi nodded, sighing as he rubbed his face, revealing his unease about the whole situation. If he wasn't in control of what others found out, it bothered him. He ran his hand through his hair and decided to get dressed. Brainwash was surprised when he said he would go with him. After a moment, Brainwash grabbed some clothes he had brought over and headed into the bathroom. He quickly got dressed and noticed Denki hugging Deku, who was nestled comfortably against him. A smirk crossed his face as he took a photo, knowing Deku didn't mind when he took pictures, but he would get anxious if others did so without his knowledge. Brainwash emerged from the bathroom wearing a purple hoodie and black leggings, which made him blush slightly under the scrutiny. They quietly left the room, and noticing Brainwash's nervousness, he took his hand and squeezed it reassuringly. Brainwash looked up, surprised by the gesture. He reassured him that everything would be all right and that he wasn't afraid to stand up to a teacher if necessary. Brainwash took a deep breath, admitting that he just wanted to tell Aizawa first and had forgotten about the room inspections. He shrugged, expressing that he didn't care about anyone's opinion but understood Brainwash's concern. Brainwash mentioned that Kirishima and Jairu had seen him and Deku at the carnival. When asked if they had said anything, he laughed awkwardly, noting that they had seen them kiss but didn't jump to conclusions. Kirishima had seemed protective, which made sense since he was his best friend. 𝗵𝘃𝗄 confirmed that they were happy for them and promised to keep it a secret until they were ready to share. They arrived at Aizawa's office, and 𝗵𝘃𝗄 knocked on the door, receiving a prompt invitation to enter. Inside, Mike was perched on Aizawa's desk while Aizawa worked on paperwork. Mike smirked at them, teasingly asking if they should be congratulating them and expressing curiosity about how it all happened. Aizawa interrupted, telling Mike to let them speak. 𝗵𝘃𝗄 hesitated, looking nervous as he mentioned wanting to talk. Aizawa reassured him that they didn't mind his relationship with 3 boyfriends, joking about the dynamics involved. 𝗵𝘃𝗄 admitted it was nerve-wracking, and Aizawa acknowledged that it was understandable. He pulled 𝗵𝘃𝗄 into a hug, surprising him. Aizawa reminded him that he sometimes overthought things, just like when he came out to them about Denki. Mike joined in, playfully wrapping an arm around him, which made him squirm but also smile. He acknowledged that he had softened a bit since meeting Deku, but he didn't want them to know that. 𝗵𝘃𝗄 pointed out that they had been protective over Katsuki and Deku after a troubling incident, and Aizawa confirmed that he cared for all his students. After receiving their congratulations, 𝗵𝘃𝗄 hugged both teachers before they left the office. Once outside, he pulled 𝗵𝘃𝗄 close, causing him to blush. A soft kiss followed, and 𝗵𝘃𝗄 melted against him, feeling better. He asked what they should do next, suggesting they might still have time before Deku and Denki woke up. He proposed grabbing something to eat, and 𝗵𝘃𝗄 agreed with a smile. As they made their way downstairs, they encountered Kirishima, who greeted them with a wide smile. When asked where they wanted to go, he shrugged, telling Kirishima to pick. After a moment of hesitation, Kirishima suggested a small cafe nearby. They arrived at the cafe, ordered their food, and settled into a small booth. 𝗵𝘃𝗄 fidgeted with his fingers, prompting him to ask if something was bothering him. 𝗵𝘃𝗄's eyes widened as he assured him that nothing was wrong, explaining that he hadn't spent enough time with him. He had hung out with Deku and Denki many times, but he felt flustered around him due to his confidence. Before he could respond, a loud crash and a scream interrupted them, announcing that there was a fire. Hitoshi felt a wave of gratitude as the fire chief acknowledged their efforts. Katsuki was being checked over by the medic while Hitoshi spoke to the chief. It had been a grease fire that spread rapidly. Katsuki had managed to get all the guests out, but Hitoshi discovered someone was trapped in the kitchen. Without hesitation, he ran through the flames to rescue them, and Katsuki blasted through the wall to create an escape route. Hitoshi was still coughing from the smoke, trying to avoid the EMTs as they focused on Katsuki. He downplayed the situation, insisting it was no big deal since they were heroes in training. The fire chief, however, looked concerned and advised him to get checked out, noting that he had inhaled more smoke than Katsuki. Hitoshi sighed, correcting the chief that Katsuki was his boyfriend, and promised to go. The chief gave him a reassuring pat on the back before returning to his crew. Katsuki approached, urging Hitoshi to get checked out. Hitoshi insisted he was fine, but Katsuki raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. He firmly stated that Hitoshi needed to have his lungs examined and took his hand, leading him to the ambulance. Hitoshi felt a wave of tension wash over him as memories flooded back. He recalled a traumatic moment from his childhood when he had rushed downstairs after hearing a crash, only to find his mother unconscious next to a bottle of pills. In a panic, he had called for help, but by the time the ambulance arrived, it was too late. The red and white lights had taken her away, and he never saw her again. Snapped back to the present, Hitoshi felt Katsuki's worried gaze on him. He realized he was wheezing, tears streaming down his face. They hadn't moved, with Hitoshi crouched down and Katsuki kneeling beside him. Katsuki's voice softened as he asked what was wrong. Hitoshi admitted he didn't like ambulances and preferred to go to the hospital another way. Katsuki simply helped him up, assuring him he wouldn't force him into anything that made him uncomfortable. Hitoshi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Katsuki offered to carry him on his back, and Hitoshi nodded, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck and burying his face into his upper back. With a warning to hold on, Katsuki used his quirk to lift them into the air. Hitoshi glanced up, marveling at the city below, but soon found himself coughing again, trying to stifle it in his arm. Katsuki asked if he was all right, and Hitoshi explained he was just trying not to cough on him. Katsuki dismissed his concern, telling him to hold on tighter as they prepared to land at the hospital. Once inside, they rushed to get help. An hour later, Katsuki made a sarcastic remark about Hitoshi jumping into a fire. The doctor had informed Hitoshi that he would need to stay for a few days for oxygen and breathing treatments. Hitoshi had started coughing up gray mucus, which worried the medical staff. Katsuki, sitting on the bed beside him, adjusted the oxygen mask that Hitoshi had removed, insisting he keep it on. Hitoshi inquired how Katsuki could be around smoke and fire without issue. Katsuki explained that a quirk specialist had told him his body was likely adapted for his quirk. He threatened Hitoshi to keep the mask on or risk staying longer in the hospital. Hitoshi huffed in response, but soon fell into another coughing fit. As he lay back, Katsuki squeezed his hand and offered water, but Hitoshi declined. He shared that he should have been seen sooner, as he had the worst reaction to the smoke. Katsuki acknowledged this but pointed out that at least Hitoshi had made it to the hospital. Hitoshi hesitated before revealing a painful memory about his mother. He explained how he had found her after she had overdosed when he was 6, and how his father had left the year before. He recalled calling for help and the moment the ambulance had taken her away. Katsuki listened quietly, not interrupting as Hitoshi fought back tears. Katsuki shifted closer, pulling Hitoshi into his arms and kissing his forehead. He understood why Hitoshi had such a fear of ambulances. Hitoshi admitted he missed his mother, and Katsuki reassured him that she would be proud of the person he had become. Hitoshi took a shaky breath, feeling comforted by Katsuki's words. Katsuki then asked if their friend 𝗵𝗃 knew about Hitoshi's past. Hitoshi nodded, explaining how 𝗵𝗃 had opened up about his own family issues and how he had felt guilty for complaining in front of Hitoshi. Katsuki expressed his anger towards 𝗵𝗃's parents, and Hitoshi joked about helping Katsuki deal with them. Katsuki smiled, acknowledging that Hitoshi had good people in his life now. Denki never intended to share his feelings about Izuku, but he saw him as a father figure, while he considered Mike a cool uncle. He laughed at the thought, but their moment was interrupted when 𝗎𝗎 and Hizashi appeared in the doorway, 𝗎𝗎 smirking while Katsuki groaned in frustration. Denki woke up to the sound of a door closing and the fading voices of Hitoshi and Katsuki. He felt someone curl up next to him and blinked his eyes open to find Izuku snuggling into his chest. He smiled at the sight and rolled over, pulling Izuku closer, who nuzzled his face into Denki's chest. As Denki ran his hand through Izuku's loose green curls, his phone suddenly went off. He reached for it, deflating when he saw his father's name on the screen. Carefully, he got up and stepped out onto the balcony. He answered the call, and his father's voice snapped at him, demanding to know what he was doing. Denki flinched at the harsh tone. He explained that his grades had improved, mentioning he was making B's and a couple of A's, with only one C in English. His father dismissed his efforts, reminding him that they only agreed to send him to the UA Hero course for college resumes and that he was supposed to take over the family business. Denki's fists clenched as he declared his intention to become a hero, but his father scoffed before hanging up. Denki gripped the railing, taking a shaky breath as he fought back tears. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he looked up to see Izuku crouching in front of him, concern etched on his face. Denki admitted it was a bad phone call with his dad, and Izuku offered a sympathetic smile, expressing pride in Denki's progress. Denki wished his parents would stop trying to force him into the family business, knowing they would be upset when he pursued his hero career after graduation. Izuku hugged him tightly, assuring him that one day, his parents would see how amazing he had become. Denki shared his complicated family background, explaining that his parents had wanted a girl and were disappointed when he was born intersex. They barely spoke to him unless it was to criticize his grades. He revealed that he had an older brother who had run away due to their harsh treatment and had been secretly supporting him. Denki smiled as he spoke of his brother's pride in him and how he planned to live with him after graduation. Izuku expressed concern for Denki's safety, but Denki reassured him that he was okay living at the dorms, where his parents mostly ignored him. He chuckled, joking about the difficulties of sharing a bed with his boyfriends if he were at home. Izuku blushed at the comment, and they both turned to watch the sunrise, feeling a sense of peace. As they enjoyed the moment, Izuku nervously leaned closer, his eyes flickering towards Denki's lips. Denki smirked and encouraged him to come closer, gently pulling him in for a kiss. It was a sweet moment, their first kiss, until they were interrupted by Ijiro and Kyoka, who had come out onto the balcony. They teased the pair, and Denki felt a mix of confusion and embarrassment as he realized others knew about their relationship. Izuku laughed, explaining that Ijiro and Kyoka had seen him with Hitoshi at the carnival, and Denki smiled at the unexpected support from his friends. Ijiro congratulated them, and Denki grinned back, feeling a warmth in his heart as they shared this new chapter of their lives together. Kyoka winked as they headed inside, and Denki raised an eyebrow while checking his phone. The photo of Izuku and him sharing a kiss made him smile, though he noticed Izuku seemed a bit uncomfortable. Concerned, Denki asked if Izuku still felt anxious around phones. Izuku rubbed his arm and explained that he didn't mind if it was Kacchan taking pictures, but he preferred not to have his picture taken without knowing. He admitted he liked the photo, it was cute, but it still made him uneasy. Denki softened his gaze and assured Izuku he would message Ijiro and Kyoka, knowing they would understand. He kissed Izuku's head, and Izuku smiled back, thanking him softly. Denki thought Izuku was incredibly cute. Soon, their group chat began ringing and it was Katsuki calling. Izuku answered and put it on speaker while Denki declined his call. Katsuki sighed and informed them that Aizawa and Mike were there, but Hitoshi was in the hospital. Denki's heart raced as he grabbed Denki's phone, exclaiming in shock. Katsuki quickly reassured them that Hitoshi was fine. He explained that they had been at a cafe when it caught fire. Hitoshi had gone to save someone and ended up inhaling a lot of smoke. Everyone else was okay, but he needed to stay in the hospital for a few days to recover. Relieved, Denki's worried expression softened as he asked which hospital they were at, determined to go see Hitoshi. Katsuki mentioned it was near Denki's old middle school, and Denki nodded, confirming he knew the place. After hanging up, Denki muttered about how panicked he felt, running a hand down his face. Denki squeezed his hand, reminding him that Hitoshi was with Katsuki, Aizawa, and Mike, so he wasn't alone. Denki suggested they get Hitoshi a get-well present, and after a moment of hesitation he agreed, looking relieved. They decided to get dressed before heading to the store. Denki changed into sweats and a CRP top hoodie, brushing his hair a bit. When Denki opened the door, he found Izuku waiting in a hoodie and sweats. Denki complimented him, and Izuku shyly agreed to go. As they walked towards the store, Denki reassured Izuku that they would reach the hospital soon. Denki shared that Hitoshi was the first person he truly trusted and eventually dated. He explained how he had difficulty making friends because of his wealthy background, but Hitoshi had cared for him regardless of his family. Denki's expression darkened as he thought about what would happen if something ever happened to Hitoshi. Izuku understood, recalling a time when Katsuki had nearly died during a battle with Shigaraki. He expressed gratitude for their friends who had helped save Katsuki. Denki remembered hearing about that incident and how it had affected Izuku. They both felt the weight of their experiences, but Izuku reassured Denki that everything was okay now. Denki leaned over and kissed Izuku's forehead, changing the subject to what they should get for Hitoshi. They discussed Hitoshi's love for coffee and cats, and Denki jokingly wondered if Aizawa would allow them to have a cat in the dorms. Izuku remembered that 𝗬𝗲 had a bunny, and they laughed about it. Denki shared how close he was to Aizawa and Hisashi, explaining that they had supported him through difficult times. Izuku was surprised to learn how often Denki stayed at their house before the dorms. Denki explained that Aizawa and Hisashi preferred to keep their relationship private for the sake of their students. Izuku admired Denki's respect for their wishes and wondered if they would have any issues with him and Katsuki dating Denki. Denki assured him that Aizawa and Hisashi were laid back and likely already knew about their relationships. When they arrived at the store, they began browsing. As they walked past the stuffed animal aisle, Izuku spotted a giant purple cat plush and excitedly called for Denki. Denki joined him and praised his find, making Izuku blush. They decided to get the plush and also thought about a coffee-scented candle for Hitoshi. He loves candles and has several in his room. He mentions this and she smiles, agreeing that it sounds like a plan. They head down to the candle aisle, picking out a black and purple gift bag before heading to the checkout. Before she has a chance to help, he pays for everything. She mumbles that she wanted to assist, and he apologizes, explaining that he went on autopilot. He suggests that she order his favorite food to the hospital, imagining that the hospital food probably isn't great. She considers this and smiles, telling him it's a good idea. As they make their way to the hospital, she orders his favorite dumplings from a nearby restaurant. They time it perfectly, arriving just as the food is ready, allowing her to grab it on the way in. As they reach the floor, she notices Denki becoming more fidgety. She grabs the gift bag with the candle and plush toy, startling him as they approach the door. She encourages him to go in, and he hesitates, expressing that he's not trying to ditch her. She reassures him that he deserves to go in and see his boyfriend. He leans down and gives her a quick kiss before opening the door. Within moments, he is at Toshi's bedside, gently pulling their purple-haired boyfriend into his arms, whispering how glad he is that Toshi is okay. Toshi looks up and leans against him, assuring him that he is fine. She sets the presents and food on an empty chair just as Kacchan approaches, pulling her into his arms and kissing her softly. He greets her, and she checks him over, worriedly asking if he got hurt in the fire. He shakes his head, assuring her that he is okay by kissing her head. They all sit in a relaxed silence for a moment before she checks on Toshi herself. Suddenly, she hears someone comment about how one of the boyfriends has infiltrated the room. She laughs as she sees Izuku and Mike smiling at them, with Mike taking a photo, which makes her stomach turn since she hadn't realized. She decides not to say anything about it. She starts to express that this is probably weird, but Izuku ruffles her hair, welcoming her to the family. A lot has happened over the last few months. Hitoshi got out of the hospital after a few days and keeps an inhaler for safety, but he has been doing well. After a few weeks, the whole class came together to congratulate them. Mina fussed over everyone, which made Kacchan roll his eyes, but it was amusing. They have all grown closer and are becoming more NTMT with each other gradually. Kacchan and Deku have been spending time together, and a few weeks back, Hitoshi and Kacchan started exploring their relationship. Hitoshi was awkward and nervous, but Kacchan tried to soothe him, ensuring he didn't cross any boundaries. However, something has been bothering Kacchan. He notices that Denki seems to avoid discussing anything NTMT with him. Kacchan has attempted to initiate conversations, but Denki brushes them off. Kacchan wants to understand so he doesn't inadvertently cross a line, as he would hate to make Denki uncomfortable. One day, Kacchan is lost in thought when he hears Denki call his name. He snaps back to reality, apologizing for spacing out. Denki sits in his lap, and Kacchan instinctively wraps his arms around him. Denki asks if Kacchan knows why he feels uncomfortable discussing NTMT topics. Kacchan reassures him that he doesn't want to push Denki into anything but admits it has been on his mind since Denki has been NTMT with others. Denki's eyes widen, and he quickly assures Kacchan that he hasn't done anything wrong. Denki explains that he has only been NTMT with Kacchan, and he hasn't yet explored that side with Denki. He emphasizes that Denki needs to be the one to share his feelings. Suddenly, Denki gets up and leaves the room, returning a few minutes later looking nervous. Deku encourages Denki to talk before leaving them alone. Denki apologizes for any misunderstanding, explaining that he just wants to clarify things. He admits that he likes the idea of being vulnerable with Kacchan but has been uncomfortable due to his upbringing and the pressure to conform to a male image. He expresses curiosity but also nervousness about how Kacchan would feel about him. Kacchan realizes that Denki is worried he wouldn't find him attractive because of his anatomy. When Denki starts to back away, Kacchan reaches out and grabs his hand, making him look up. Kacchan reassures him that if Denki wanted to take the lead, he would be open to it. The atmosphere was charged as one character expressed a preference for taking the lead, making it clear that their feelings for the other person were what truly mattered. They reassured their partner that boundaries would be respected, and if anything felt uncomfortable, they could stop at any time. The sincerity in their voice was evident as they emphasized the importance of consent. With a sudden burst of courage, the other character leaned in, pressing their lips together, surprising the first but quickly leading to an embrace. They shared a moment of intimacy, with one character gently lifting the other and laying them down on the bed. Hovering above, they made sure to check in, encouraging their partner to voice any discomfort. As they explored each other's closeness, the atmosphere shifted to one of tenderness. The first character traced their fingers along their partner's side, eliciting soft reactions. They shared soft kisses, and the warmth of the moment enveloped them both. The playful teasing continued, with light-hearted banter that brought a smile to their faces. The intimacy deepened as they navigated new experiences together, both feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. One character was aware of their partner's vulnerability and made it clear that they were there to support them, ensuring that communication remained open. When uncertainty crept in, the first character paused, sensing their partner's hesitation. They reassured them that it was okay to feel uncomfortable and emphasized the importance of talking things through. The moment shifted from passionate exploration to a comforting embrace, as they cuddled together, allowing the tension to ease. They lay together, sharing quiet words and gentle touches, creating a safe space for both to express their feelings. The bond between them grew stronger as they navigated their emotions, reinforcing the trust they had built. In that moment, they knew they could face anything together, taking their time to understand each other better. He quietly asked if he had pushed her, and she glanced up to see a worried frown on his face. She reassured him that he had been nothing but patient, admitting she had some personal issues to work through. She felt like a mess, and while it felt good, she wasn't ready for more. She mentioned that she might be fine with some light physical affection, but that was all for now. She hesitated, expressing her discomfort with the idea of removing her underwear in front of him, her voice cracking. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her head, telling her it was fine and that he just wanted her to talk to him. He sighed, admitting he struggled with emotional matters but never wanted to cross any boundaries with her. He made it clear to Deku and Brainwash about their past interactions and wanted her to be aware too. She smiled slightly, assuring him he hadn't done anything wrong and promised to try to be more open, though she still had things to overcome within herself. He looked at her with concern but nodded in understanding, affirming they were there for her. She suggested they change the topic, and he agreed, allowing her to curl into his chest more comfortably. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she sighed as she reached into her pocket, sitting up. He sat up with her, and she froze, feeling his gaze on her shoulder. Taking a shaky breath, she answered the call, stepping out onto the balcony and gesturing for him to wait. After a deep breath, she spoke to her father. Denki came from a strict household where his parents had always made him feel that who he was wrong. They had wanted a daughter, but he was born intersex with predominantly male features, which made his upbringing even more challenging. His parents insisted on ignoring any biological aspects that didn't fit their image, leading to Denki developing anxiety about his body. He had been with Toshi for a long time and still faced issues, which is why he preferred to take the lead in their relationship and rarely allowed Toshi to touch him. However, with Katsuki, he discovered a sense of relief in not having to maintain that role, appreciating Katsuki's 𝗵𝗵𝗃 nature. This realization made him want to explore more, but when things escalated, anxiety overwhelmed him, causing him to pull back. Each character was on a journey of self-discovery and overcoming personal challenges. Deku had already made progress but still had his own struggles. Katsuki was working on being more emotionally available and open with the others. Hitoshi grappled with his place within the group, facing moments of self-doubt about deserving the boys. Denki's journey involved accepting himself and breaking free from his parents' hold. The story would shift perspectives with each chapter, providing insights from different characters. Izuku cuddled with Toshi in bed, expressing concern about Denki. Toshi acknowledged Denki's anxiety regarding his body and noted that Katsuki's boldness might add to his worries. They both understood that Denki wanted to ensure boundaries were clear to avoid hurting anyone. Toshi hoped their conversation would resolve any confusion. He reflected on Denki's boundaries, noting that while Denki had always been anxious about physical intimacy, he seemed to enjoy being more 𝗵𝗵𝗃. Toshi considered that someone like Katsuki could help Denki overcome his barriers, especially given the impact of his parents on his self-image. Izuku asked Toshi how long he had been with Denki, and Toshi shared that it had been almost 3 years since they got together shortly before starting at UA. He explained that while it felt strange at first to see Denki with either of them, he eventually relaxed and found comfort in their relationships. Izuku expressed that it was different for him since he and Katsuki had been together for years, but he felt guilty about it initially. Toshi reassured him that what he felt was normal and that it was okay. The promise was made to always be there if needed, and a gentle peck on the lips followed as he curled into my arms. They lay together for a while, feeling the rhythm of his breathing even out. Slowly, I pulled away and covered him with a blanket, taking a deep breath. Recently, I had been feeling overwhelmed. Izuku had been coming to me with his issues, whether they were about self-consciousness or other worries. That was fine, he was my boyfriend. Denki had also been reaching out, but that was nothing new. Katsuki, however, had been asking for advice more often. He was trying to be more open about his feelings and mentioned that it felt easier and calmer to talk to me about these things. I cared about each of them, and I didn't think they realized how much they had been relying on me. But I was so focused on helping them that I became worried about all of them. It was flattering that they felt I was their safe space, yet I felt more like a therapist than a boyfriend, which was a troubling thought. They showed me affection with kisses, hugs, and cuddles, but their busy schedules as we entered our 3rd year made it difficult to spend time together. Izuku and Katsuki trained every day after school, while Denki took on tutoring to keep his grades up. The only moments we shared were during lunch and when preparing for bed, and weekends were hit or miss. Sometimes we had extra training or tutoring, and other times we took turns hanging out at each other's homes. Today was one of the rare weekends we stayed at the dorms. I felt like I was merely existing, and the guilt of that feeling consumed me. How could I feel this way about my boyfriends? I considered talking to them, but they all had their own problems, and I didn't want to burden them. A few tears fell as I took a deep breath, wiping my eyes before stepping out onto the balcony for some fresh air. Denki was on Katsuki's balcony, gripping the railing while on the phone. He looked shaken, and tears were close to spilling down his face. My heart raced with worry, and I rushed back inside to wake up Izuku. He stirred, confused, and I helped him sit up. I explained that Denki was on the phone, nearly in tears, and I thought it was his dad upsetting him. Izuku's expression shifted to concern as we hurried to Katsuki's room. When we entered, Katsuki was at his desk, glancing anxiously at the balcony door before his gaze snapped to us. I pointed toward the balcony, explaining that Denki was on the verge of tears and asking if he knew who Denki was talking to. Katsuki immediately stood up, his voice dropping as he said his dad had called. Izuku opened the door, revealing Denki's phone shattered on the ground, electrical parts scattered as he gripped the railing, tears streaming down his face. I called out to Denki, and he turned to me before throwing himself into my arms, sobbing about wanting his parents to leave him alone. I wrapped my arms around him tightly, suggesting we tell my dad what was happening, get him a new phone, and not share the new number with his parents. He nodded, sniffling and wiping his eyes. Apologizing to Katsuki, Denki was pulled into his embrace, and Katsuki reassured him that they would continue to cuddle, suggesting that all of us should join in. Izuku chimed in with excitement about a big boyfriend cuddle session, and Denki laughed a little as Izuku wrapped his arms around him. I smiled softly, but the emotional weight I felt intensified. I couldn't possibly share my feelings with them, they needed me right now. We all crawled into Katsuki's bed, with Denki curling against my chest, Izuku holding my waist, and Katsuki holding Denki. Denki relaxed against me, finding comfort in my warmth. I reassured myself that I would be okay and that I could handle this. Denki leaned up to kiss my lips before burying himself back into my chest, letting out a relieved breath. I swallowed back the guilt I felt, convincing myself that I could hold it together. This chapter highlighted the struggles of both Hitoshi and Denki. Hitoshi felt overwhelmed, taking on the role of a therapist rather than a boyfriend. While it was okay for them to come to him, he felt the weight of their problems pressing down on him. He knew they cared, but their busy lives left him feeling left out. Denki was mentally struggling as their final year approached, facing pressure from his parents who had discovered his relationships. This pressure was pushing him to his limits. They all have so much on their plate. He glanced at her suspiciously before putting his phone down and turning to his side, looking down at her. She raised an eyebrow when suddenly he kissed her. She leaned in, kissing back instinctively as he pulled her in by her waist. At first, it felt strange to kiss Katsuki, especially after being with Denki for so long, but she had learned to love it. It felt natural, just like with Izuku. She didn't realize how into the kiss she was getting until Katsuki pulled back with a deep chuckle, smirking as he asked if she was eager. That was when she realized she had wrapped her leg over his hips and was gripping his shirt tightly. Feeling embarrassed, she laughed awkwardly and apologized. He shook his head, amused, and told her he didn't mind. Then, he flipped her onto her back, hovering over her, making her face flush. He told her she could say no, but he could tell she had something on her mind. He offered to take her mind off it if she wanted, leaning down to kiss her lips quickly. She turned dark red and hesitated for a moment before telling him she wanted to, but needed to say something first. As she slowly sat up, he listened intently. She sighed and looked down, revealing that she hadn't come from the nicest foster homes before being adopted by Shoyuta and Hisashi. She mentioned having scars on her back and chest, hoping to prepare him. His expression darkened, and she felt she had ruined the mood. Hugging herself, she felt a wave of disappointment, but he took a deep breath and gave her a small smile. He promised that if he ever met those who hurt her, he would make them pay. He began pulling her onto his lap, kissing along her jaw. He reassured her that everyone had scars from battles, training, and the war from the previous year, and that they wouldn't bother him. As he kissed down her neck, she blushed, feeling a mix of emotions. She admitted she hadn't been very active on the battlefield, only gaining a few scratches and bruises. Her voice trailed off as he found a sensitive spot on her neck, making her bite her lip. He asked if she still wanted to fool around, pausing for her answer. She nodded, her voice rising in excitement. His lips latched onto the base of her neck, and she gasped in pleasure, unconsciously grinding against him. He smirked, placing his hand on her mid-back and pinning her back on the bed, making her eyes widen. He told her to tell him to stop if she needed to, and she nodded, feeling a rush of heat. As he nipped her neck and kissed along her shoulder, he moved her shirt out of the way. She turned her head to the side, biting her lip as his hand ran down to her waist, squeezing it before tugging at her waistband. He asked for permission, and she nodded, lifting her hips as he pulled her breaths down, leaving her in her underwear and shirt. She glanced away shyly as he leaned down, kissing her neck while his hand trailed down her side. He asked if she was still good, and she nodded eagerly, not fully realizing how much she wanted this. She promised to tell him if she needed him to stop, her voice trembling with anticipation. He chuckled and kissed her as he began to touch her through her underwear. She gasped, feeling overwhelmed by the sensations. As he continued, she felt herself getting closer to the edge, her body responding to his every move. He held her thighs, pulling her closer as he intensified his actions. Her body went rigid as she let out a loud feeling a wave of pleasure wash over her. He didn't slow down, and she felt overwhelmed by the sensations, managing to let him know it was too much. He pulled away, wiping his mouth with a satisfied expression and checking if she was okay. She nodded, blushing as he lay next to her, pulling a blanket over her waist. He wrapped her in his arms, and she felt grateful for his warmth. She asked if he wanted her to return the favor, but he shook his head, explaining that sometimes he preferred to give pleasure rather than receive it. She understood, feeling relieved and happy that he enjoyed their time together. As she leaned against him, she felt herself dozing off. He adjusted so she was lying against his chest, running his hand through her hair and kissing the top of her head. Before she knew it, she was fast asleep. Later, she quietly called out to him, asking if he was busy. He looked up, pulling his earbuds out, and she noticed he was doing homework. "I can come back," she thought as she backed up, and he grabbed her hand. He reassured her, saying she was fine, and she relaxed. They went to sit on his bed, and he pulled her into his lap. He asked what was on her mind, and she bit her lip before sighing. She expressed her concern about their time together, feeling that she hadn't spent much time with him lately. While she enjoyed being with Denki and Hitoshi, she realized that her relationship with him needed attention too. She fiddled with her skirt, looking down at her lap as she spoke. He was quiet for a moment and she glanced away, feeling the weight of her words. She mentioned that their relationship was strong because they had known each other since childhood, but she felt the need to build her connections with the others as well. He apologized, admitting he didn't mean to make her feel neglected. He reached over to gently bring her face toward him, and she leaned her head against his, playfully kissing his nose, which made her laugh. He smiled at her reaction. She continued, sharing her worries about Toshi and how Denki seemed a bit self-conscious, especially after a recent incident. He agreed, acknowledging the tension and the need to ignore distractions. They discussed Denki's situation, noting that he had a new number and that Izuku was handling things on his end. She reassured him that he was doing well in making everyone comfortable, and he seemed to appreciate her words. She suggested that Denki might need more time and that next time, he should be the one to set the pace. He took a deep breath, realizing she was right, and promised to try that approach in the future. As they shifted the conversation, she mumbled about her outfit, and he playfully teased her about wearing his favorite skirt. He turned her so she was straddling his lap, asking what she wanted. She felt a shiver run down her spine as he nipped at her ear, and she expressed her longing for his touch. He responded with a chuckle, running his hand up her thigh. They shared a playful moment, and she felt a rush of excitement. He encouraged her to express her needs, and she felt a thrill at his 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲 nature. As they continued to explore their connection, she felt a mix of emotions, excitement, and a sense of longing. He maintained a playful yet serious demeanor, ensuring they were both comfortable with the pace. They navigated their feelings and desires, focusing on mutual consent and understanding. As they shared 𝗵𝗃𝗃 moments, they communicated openly, ensuring they respected each other's boundaries. After their time together, he checked in on her, making sure she was okay and taking care of her needs. She felt a sense of warmth and affection as he cleaned up and prepared to take care of her. He covered her with a blanket, and she felt safe and content as he left the room for a moment, knowing they had strengthened their bond through their honest conversation and shared experiences. I felt myself drifting when moments later, I heard the sound of a mini fridge opening and closing. A second later, I was being helped to sit up as he pressed an open water bottle to my lips. He instructed me to drink, and I complied, nearly finishing half the bottle. He chuckled, took a sip himself, and set the bottle on the nightstand. I noticed he was wearing a shirt and underwear before he got under the covers with me, pulling me close and kissing my head. He asked if I was able to speak, amusement in his voice, and I nuzzled into his chest. I stuttered that it felt really good, and he snickered softly. He mentioned that it had been a while since we had shared a moment like this, and I nodded in agreement. When I asked if he didn't want to get off, he shook his head. He explained that he had never had the highest SEC drive. While he found me attractive, his mind wasn't always in that place. He enjoyed making me feel good, and it had always been like this between us. His focus was on our pleasure, whether it was mine or Hitoshi's. I thought it might be more complicated with Denki, considering his anxiety about his body. I could probably help him if he allowed me, but right now, I felt like jelly in his arms. Maybe later, if he was up for it. I shyly mentioned that I hadn't experienced anything like that in a while, and he played with my hair as he snuggled closer. He noted that we were more experienced with each other now, having had time to understand each other's boundaries. He wouldn't be as open with Brainwash or Denki until they felt more comfortable and had discussed it further. He assured me that he knew how I liked it, and I buried my face in his chest, feeling a mix of embarrassment and warmth. He tilted my head up and kissed me softly, whispering that he loved me. My heart raced as I looked into his crimson eyes and whispered back that I loved him too. He leaned back to kiss me again, and as I returned the kiss, he settled back onto the pillows. Exhaustion finally hit me, and I fell asleep in his arms. This chapter was not as intense as I had initially planned. I hadn't expected it to turn out this way, but I didn't mind. In another moment, I found myself in Denki's room, lying on his bed with my head in his lap as he ran his fingers through my curls. I was reading a book on my phone when Denki glanced at me and asked if he could ask me something. I looked up and encouraged him to go ahead. He hesitated, biting his lip, before asking about Katsuki's patience when it came to NTMT matters. My eyes widened slightly as I assured him that Katsuki was incredibly patient, especially regarding communication and consent. Denki seemed relieved but still uncertain. He admitted that he felt guilty for doubting Katsuki's character, explaining that he had never imagined Katsuki would be his boyfriend, which made it hard for him to reconcile that with the softer side he had seen. I understood his perspective, having harbored feelings for Katsuki since childhood and never expecting to be together. Denki confessed that he was usually the one in control with Hitoshi, as he was uncomfortable with certain aspects of his body. I realized that his worries stemmed from Katsuki's 𝗵𝗵𝗃 nature. I reassured him that if he communicated his boundaries, Katsuki would listen. I suggested that if he wanted to try switching roles, it might be something Katsuki would be open to exploring. Denki admitted he was too anxious to bring it up with Katsuki, and I encouraged him to talk to him about it. He relaxed against me, grateful for my support. I reminded him that I would never judge him for wanting to explore different dynamics, and he smiled, a newfound confidence shining through. As our conversation continued, I could see that Denki was beginning to open up, and I felt grateful to be there for him. He admitted to feeling a bit embarrassed, and Denki chuckled in response. The two of them had a dynamic where they switched roles, alternating between being 𝗵𝗵𝗃 and 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗲. Denki seemed more confident, perhaps because he was accustomed to this kind of interaction. He leaned in to kiss, and the kiss was reciprocated as he settled into his lap. As they kissed, he wrapped his arms around Denki's waist, who had his arms draped around his neck. Denki began kissing along the jawline, trailing down to the base of the neck, teasingly nipping at it. A small sound of surprise escaped, and Denki smirked, gently pushing him back. He asked if he could touch, blushing slightly, and received a nod in response. The heat of the moment intensified as Denki's hands explored, brushing over fabric and eliciting soft reactions. Denki's confidence grew as he continued, kissing down his chest, and the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Denki playfully teased, and he felt a rush of warmth at the attention. The playful banter continued, with Denki expressing his desires and both of them navigating the boundaries of their comfort. They shared a connection that was both thrilling and tender, with Denki's teasing making him gasp. As the moment unfolded, Denki's playful nature shone through, and they both found themselves lost in the intensity of their feelings. The playful teasing continued, and the connection deepened as they shared soft kisses and playful touches, both feeling the thrill of the moment. After a while, they took a moment to catch their breath, and Denki expressed a bit of vulnerability, thanking him for respecting his boundaries. He reassured Denki that they would always honor those limits, and the atmosphere shifted to one of warmth and comfort. They relaxed into each other's embrace, finding solace in their connection, and soon drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Later, Katsuki found himself staring at an assignment on his desk, struggling with the urge to destroy it in frustration. His mind felt overwhelmed, and as the bell rang, he decided to finish it later. Denki jumped onto his desk, checking in on him. Katsuki nodded, expressing that he wasn't too worried about the upcoming midterms, even though he felt done with the assignments. Denki's playful nature brought a smile to his face, and he leaned in to share a brief kiss, feeling a sense of camaraderie and support. "Come on, Sparky," the narrator said as Deku and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 joined them. The narrator nodded in response to Deku's question about studying. They weren't the smartest person in class, but Deku and Kat were in the top 5, and Toshi was in the top 8. Denki pointed this out, and Toshi flicked him, insisting that Denki just needed help in school and was still smart. The narrator suggested they study in their dorm, and they all headed there. After a brief time skip, they sat in a circle on the floor, comparing notes. Deku and Toshi took turns helping Denki understand the material while the narrator reviewed their notes for accuracy. The narrator stretched and Toshi glanced over, asking if they were okay. The narrator grumbled about a knot in their neck and Toshi offered to help, explaining a technique 𝗎𝗎 had shown him. Before the narrator realized what was happening, Toshi's hands were on the back of their neck. Panic surged through the narrator as memories of their time with the League flooded back. They dropped their pencil, clutching their chest, and heard worried voices around them. The narrator repeated, "Don't touch me," as everything blurred and they closed their eyes, feeling transported back to that dark time. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the haze, and the narrator gasped, grabbing Deku's hand. Deku looked extremely worried, and the narrator felt a sob escape them as they stood up and walked out, saying they needed a minute. Their body trembled as they ran out of the room, heading straight to Ijiro's room. They banged on the door, and when it opened, they froze upon seeing Kyoko with him. Ijiro asked if they were okay, and the narrator wiped their eyes, looking away and muttering to forget it. Ijiro, however, took their wrist and assured them it was okay, while Kyoko expressed her concern for Katsuki. Once inside Ijiro's room, he asked if the narrator was all right. Overwhelmed, the narrator broke down, admitting they thought they had forgotten about that place. Ijiro froze, realizing what the narrator meant, and pulled them into a comforting hug, encouraging them to let it out. The narrator had only shared their past with Ijiro, who had tried to help them seek assistance, but they had buried the memories instead. Ijiro asked if the others knew, and the narrator shook their head, explaining that Toshi's attempt to massage their neck had triggered the panic. They felt that their friends would assume it was related to 𝗬𝗲𝗍's actions at camp, but the truth was more complicated. The narrator recalled how 𝗬𝗲𝗍 had tried to protect them from 𝗵𝗃𝗃, and despite 𝗬𝗲𝗍's demise during the war, the memories still haunted them. Ijiro urged the narrator to tell their friends, believing they deserved to know. The narrator sat in Ijiro's chair, looking down, admitting they had always intended to tell Deku but feared how he would perceive them. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Ijiro answered, revealing Deku and the others. They asked if Ijiro had seen the narrator, and he hesitated, suggesting they give the narrator some time. The narrator heard 𝗵𝗃𝗃's voice cracking as he asked to apologize, and they felt compelled to step forward. Ijiro moved aside, and the narrator pulled 𝗵𝗃𝗃 into an embrace, reassuring him it wasn't his fault. Denki asked if the narrator was okay, and they took a deep breath, preparing to share something important. The narrators sat on their bed, surrounded by their friends, resting their head against the wall as they took a shaky breath. They began to recount their experience with the League, explaining how 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had held them captive for hours before the League attempted to recruit them. 𝗬𝗲𝗍 had been reluctant to hand them over, sensing something was wrong, and the narrator revealed that 𝗬𝗲𝗍 had some moral boundaries despite his reputation. Deku expressed surprise that the narrator had never told the teachers, and the narrator admitted they wanted to keep it a secret. When Toshi asked what had happened, the narrator hesitated, feeling the weight of their memories. Deku held their hand tightly, encouraging them to take their time. The narrator revealed that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had used a paralysis quirk on them and had violated them in ways they couldn't escape. They explained how the experience had left them feeling vulnerable, especially when Toshi had touched the back of their neck. As the narrator spoke, their friends listened in silence, concern etched on their faces. Tears fell as the narrator expressed their frustration at feeling weak. Deku, moved by the narrator's pain, embraced them tightly, wishing he could have been there to protect them. Denki and Toshi joined the hug, offering their support. The narrator admitted that Ijiro had sensed something was wrong during their rescue and had tried to encourage them to seek help, but they had resisted, fearing it would make them appear weak. Denki cupped the narrator's face, reminding them that their struggles didn't define their strength. He called them a badass warrior, and Toshi affirmed that this was why the narrator emphasized the importance of communication in their friendships. They all valued consent, but it felt especially significant in this moment. He expressed his thoughts, and she nodded, hugging herself as she leaned against Deku. He admitted that he might come off as harsh, but he never wanted any of them to experience what he had. He wanted them to know they could always say no and not feel intimidated by him. She glanced at Denki and saw the realization dawn in his eyes. It made sense to him. Deku held her close, and she could sense his anger about the past events. He was quiet, clearly upset. She understood that he wished he could have been there for her, to help her. If the roles were reversed, she would have wanted to know and would have taken action against anyone who dared to hurt her. Denki had gone with Hitoshi, likely to give Deku and her a moment alone. She had intended to share her feelings with them, regretting that she hadn't done so sooner. She felt guilty for not wanting to let Deku down, for not wanting to lose the admiration he had for her. As she wiped her eyes, he cupped her face, making her look at him. He asked if he had lost that look of admiration, and she softened at the adoring gaze he always had for her. She reassured him that he hadn't. Deku leaned in and kissed her, whispering that he would have never stopped caring for her because she had always been his hero. She pulled him into a tight embrace, expressing her deep love for him. He reciprocated, tightening his grip around her. Just then, Denki jumped onto the bed, bringing a light-hearted energy back into the room. He announced their surprise, and Toshi rolled his eyes playfully, handing her a shirt that made her chuckle. The shirt read, "I may be a PP but I'm a consenting one." They had all contributed to get it custom-made, and she playfully scolded them for being silly. They were her idiots, and she felt grateful for their support. Denki reminded her that they cared about her and wanted to be there for her, just as she had been there for them. Taking a deep breath, she promised to do better, feeling a sense of warmth as they curled up close to her. She didn't know what she had done to deserve their friendship, but she was determined to hold on to it. Hitoshi peeked into Izuku's dorm, ensuring the coast was clear before closing the door and taking a breath. He noticed that Izuku really needed to lock his door. Opening the closet, he found himself drawn to the back where some clothes were hanging. He had dabbled in cross-dressing before, but it had always been minor. He had worn a skirt and fishnets once for Izuku, but that was different. As he rummaged through the clothes, something caught his eye, a white dress with open sides and crisscross designs. Curiosity piqued, he decided to try it on. He had been exploring his feelings about his identity, wondering if he might be gender fluid. He felt comfortable in masculine clothing but also had a feminine side that he wanted to explore further. After changing into the dress, he stood in front of the mirror, feeling a rush of warmth and excitement. He felt appealing, and it felt right in that moment. Just as he was embracing this realization, he heard a gasp from behind him. Katsuki's voice rang out, and panic surged through him. Before anyone could say anything, he quickly changed back into his regular clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Denki's voice called out to him, assuring him that he wasn't upset. Izuku echoed the sentiment, promising he didn't mind Hitoshi trying on his clothes. As he looked at himself in the mirror, he felt a wave of sadness wash over him. The clothes he had put on felt wrong compared to the dress, and tears filled his eyes. He was grappling with his identity, realizing that this wasn't just about the dress. Katsuki's voice came through the door, asking if it was brainwash. Leaning back against the door, Toshi finally admitted it wasn't. The room fell silent. Denki's soft voice broke through, calling Toshi kitten, prompting Toshi to bury their face in their arms. When Denki asked if he could come in, Toshi clenched their fists and insisted they were fine. Izuku then spoke up, reminding Toshi that they had been there for him during his tough times. He encouraged Toshi to share what was bothering them, emphasizing that they could talk about anything. Finally, Toshi snapped, expressing that each of them had their own struggles, whether big or small. They wanted to be strong for their friends but felt burdened by their own problems. As Toshi choked out their feelings, sobs escaped, and silence enveloped the room. Denki urged Toshi to open the door, his voice shaky, while Katsuki's worried tone asked if it was brainwash again. Panic surged through Toshi, and as they tried to respond, their vision faded to black. An hour later, Toshi felt a hand on their head. Blinking awake, they saw Denki smiling at them, with Katsuki and Izuku sitting on the bed. Izuku expressed relief that Toshi was awake, admitting they had been worried. Toshi looked down, murmuring an apology. Katsuki reassured them, saying they were just glad Toshi was okay. Toshi realized they were in their own room, and Izuku explained they had moved Toshi there for comfort. Toshi whispered another apology, but Denki tilted their chin up, insisting it was okay to express their feelings. Izuku took Toshi's hands, encouraging them to talk about what was on their mind. Denki added that it didn't matter how Toshi identified, they just wanted to support them. Toshi's chest tightened at their friend's words. Katsuki pointed out that he had seen a gender-fluid information website open on Toshi's computer when they entered. Toshi pulled their knees to their chest, feeling exposed. Denki asked if that was why Toshi had tried on a dress, and Toshi nodded, admitting they wanted to explore their feelings. Katsuki gently asked how Toshi felt about it, and Toshi confirmed they identified as gender fluid. Their friends immediately pulled them into a tight group hug, with Katsuki calling Toshi an idiot for doubting their acceptance. Denki kissed Toshi's forehead, and Izuku kissed their cheek. Toshi felt a rush of happiness, burying their face in Denki's chest. Katsuki's playful whisper about calling Toshi princess made Toshi blush deeply, while Izuku struggled to suppress a smile. Denki snickered, teasing Toshi about their reaction. Toshi groaned, covering their face, while Izuku patted their back, admitting things might get more complicated from there. Toshi leaned closer to Katsuki, whispering something that made him turn red and push Toshi off his lap, causing laughter to erupt in the room. Later, Denki called out to Toshi, who looked up from her desk. Toshi had been subtly expressing her gender identity, wearing a scrunchie on her wrist and CRP tops on certain days. She wasn't ready to come out to their classmates yet. Denki suggested they do something together since Katsuki and Izuku were training. Toshi agreed, and Denki flopped onto the bed, resting his head in her lap as she ran her fingers through his hair. An idea struck Denki, and he suggested taking Toshi shopping for more girl clothes. Toshi hesitated but ultimately agreed, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Denki reassured her that he would ensure no one would say anything. With a proud grin, he leaned in to kiss her, and she kissed back, smiling against his lips. Just then, Katsuki and Izuku entered the room, surprised to see them together. Denki invited them to join in on the shopping trip, and Toshi nodded in agreement, ready for the adventure ahead. Izuku expressed a longing to shower before heading out to eat, offering a smile. Toshi agreed, hopping up from the bed and brushing off her sweatpants and CRP top before extending her hand. They would see me in a bit, and I called out while holding Toshi's hand and following her outside. Hisashi, Toshi's dad, waved at us with a smile, but Toshi flinched slightly before forcing a smile in return. She mentioned they were going to the mall, and I noticed Hisashi's worried frown as we left, which made me feel a bit guilty. Once outside, I pulled out my phone to order an Uber, glancing at Toshi. I asked if she was all right, and she sighed, running her hands down her face. She wanted to tell her parents so badly but felt it was already a lot for us to call her by the right pronouns. She suggested making it simpler, and I tilted my head, encouraging her to do what made her happiest. Toshi smiled and leaned into my arms, expressing her love for me and her intention to tell them eventually, but for now, she wanted to have fun. I kissed her head and told her I loved her too as our Uber arrived. At the mall, I noticed Toshi looked anxious, so I squeezed her hand. Usually confident, she seemed nervous in this new territory. She had a couple of outfits for me, but nothing as bold as Izuku's style. I remembered the day she wore a skirt and fishnets to help Izuku step out of his comfort zone, and the stunning white dress she wore last week. We entered a shop filled with skirts and dresses, and she paused, recalling a time she brought Izuku there. I smiled, relieved that I wouldn't have to confront anyone. Toshi laughed, saying Katsuki was rubbing off on me, and I shrugged, admitting I had finally stood up to my mom. She looked surprised, and I explained that I told her if she tried to contact me again, I would inform Shoyuta. Her smile made me happy, and I acknowledged how much support we provided each other. As we browsed, a purple skirt caught my eye, and I smirked, suggesting it would look great on her. She blushed and grabbed it, searching for a matching top. I picked out a gray spaghetti-strap CRP top, and her eyes lit up with excitement. After heading to the dressing rooms, Toshi went in to change while I texted our group chat about our location. Suddenly, the door opened and I looked up, dropping my phone in surprise. Toshi emerged, looking stunning in the purple skirt that accentuated her legs and the fitted CRP top that showcased her stomach and arms. I was reminded of a game where she mentioned being open to trying something in public, and my thoughts drifted to Izuku and Katsuki's past experiences. Feeling bold, I glanced around and pulled her into the dressing room, locking the door behind us. I pressed her against the wall, kissing her passionately. She gasped but quickly melted into the kiss, resting her hands on my chest. I complimented her appearance, kissing her neck, and she gasped again, covering her mouth with a smirk. I could feel the tension between us, and as she cursed playfully, I teased her about trying something adventurous. With a mix of excitement and nerves, she urged me to hurry, and I helped her sit down, adjusting her skirt. I could sense her anticipation as I leaned in closer, and she took a shaky breath. Just then, a voice called from outside, interrupting our moment. Katsuki asked if Toshi was in there, and we both tensed. Toshi stuttered a response, and I stifled a laugh at her flustered state. Katsuki's teasing tone made her gasp, and I could see her trying to suppress her reactions. As the moment intensified, Toshi's expression shifted, and I pulled back, wiping my mouth and noticing her embarrassment. I teased her about Katsuki's nickname, and she shot me a glare, but I couldn't help but smile. Just then, a sales lady asked how everything was going and we froze. Katsuki responded casually, and I almost face-bombed at his carefree attitude, while Toshi blushed deeply. "Let me know if you need anything," she said as they heard footsteps walking away. Izuku whispered to Hitoshi, sounding amused, urging her to hurry up. Hitoshi changed out of her outfit and back into her regular clothes, and they slowly opened the door, stepping out quickly to avoid being noticed. Izuku and Katsuki were sitting in the waiting chairs, and Katsuki had a mischievous grin on his face. Toshi quickly warned them not to say a word, and Izuku covered his mouth, chuckling softly. He asked one question, curious if it was the baby girl part that had caused Toshi to blush. She handed over the clothes, and as she grabbed Izuku's hand, they walked off, leaving Katsuki and the narrator behind. The narrator blushed lightly, realizing what they had done, and Katsuki kissed the top of their head, confirming his suspicions. He suggested they get Hitoshi some clothes and then go for food. Soon, they set off to find Izuku and Hitoshi. "That was interesting," the narrator remarked, and Toshi elbowed them playfully, reminding them of their own past experiences. The narrator laughed, recalling a romantic moment under a meteor shower, which Toshi conceded was indeed very romantic. Toshi admitted it had been thrilling and expressed a willingness to do something similar again, though she wouldn't make it a habit. The narrator teased her about Katsuki's interest in such things, and she bit her lip, curious about the conversation. Katsuki, wrapping his arms around both of them, asked what they were talking about. Toshi quickly dismissed it, and Denki, joining them, asked if she had found anything else she liked. Toshi picked up a purple dress but expressed her readiness for food instead. The narrator agreed, especially after training, and they headed to the register. Denki swiped his card before Toshi could, earning her playful glare. Katsuki wrapped an arm around the narrator as they all left for the food court. Denki asked about Izuku's arm, and the narrator rolled their shoulder back, mentioning it was just sore. They explained that All Might had advised against overexerting themselves after the war, even after 2 years. Katsuki chimed in, pointing out that Izuku was supposed to be going to physical therapy. The narrator shot him a look, but he seemed unfazed. Toshi frowned, questioning why they weren't attending therapy, and the narrator sighed, revealing their past struggles with feeling weak. Katsuki tensed at this, and the narrator turned to face him, clarifying it wasn't because of him. Katsuki accepted the past but expressed his longing to be better now. Guilt washed over the narrator as they wished he wouldn't hold on to the past, recognizing that they might feel the same way if roles were reversed. Katsuki elbowed the narrator gently, and they sighed, acknowledging his understanding. He ruffled their curls as they continued to the food area. Suddenly, the narrator's phone buzzed with a message from Shoyuda, urging them to call immediately. Katsuki's phone also went off, revealing it was Shoyuda. The narrator expressed unease when a familiar voice interrupted them. "What a coincidence," the voice said, sending a chill down their spine. Katsuki's hands sparked with tension as Toshi slammed her hands on the table, demanding to know what Mineta was doing there. Toshi pulled the narrator behind her as Mineta explained he had been released for good behavior. Denki snapped at him to leave, while Mineta claimed he had no interest in the narrator and was just passing by. The narrator flinched at the mention of Mineta and phones, feeling uncomfortable. Toshi snapped at Mineta again, who rolled his eyes and made eye contact with the narrator, making a snarky comment about their outfit. The narrator felt grossed out, wishing to change immediately after hearing his words. Once Mineta left, Toshi asked if the narrator was okay, and they nodded, though Katsuki looked worried. The narrator quietly requested Katsuki's jacket to wrap around their waist, and despite his initial hesitation, he handed it over. Denki asked if they wanted to leave, but the narrator shook their head, wanting to continue shopping. Toshi expressed her discomfort with Mineta's presence, and Denki echoed her sentiment, glaring in the direction he had gone. The narrator fiddled with the jacket strings, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over them. Despite making significant progress over the year, they felt violated, embarrassed, and scared. The memories of the past resurfaced, and they struggled to breathe as tears threatened to spill. Their vision blurred, and they felt their legs buckle, darkness closing in. A few hours later, the narrator awoke to a cool compress on their head. They blinked open their eyes to see Denki sitting beside them, his back against the headboard. He greeted them softly, and the narrator quietly asked what had happened. Denki's expression turned sad as he explained they had experienced a panic attack. The narrator felt ashamed, questioning how Mineta could affect them so deeply, feeling as if all their progress had vanished. Denki comforted them, reminding them of the horrible things Mineta had done, which were not insignificant and could impact anyone. He pulled the narrator into his arms, kissing their head gently. And Toshi? When Kacchan mentioned him, he replied that Toshi was with 𝗎𝗪𝗎 and Hisashi, along with All Might. I buried my face in his neck, feeling a sense of comfort. He reassured me that everything would be okay as I curled into his side. A little while later, Kacchan walked in, looking frustrated. However, when he saw that I was awake, his expression shifted from anger to relief. Without thinking, I ran into his arms, seeking solace in his embrace. He held me tightly, his hands trembling, revealing his underlying anger about the situation, but he was making an effort to stay calm. Denki asked what had happened and where Toshi was. Kacchan guided me to the bed and explained that Toshi was calming down after having a moment of frustration. He mentioned that Toshi had stormed out, and Kacchan admitted he was surprised it wasn't him. Kacchan's voice wavered as he shared the news that Toshi had found out something troubling. Kacchan's anger was palpable as he revealed that Toshi had lied. Denki, confused, asked what he had lied about, and Kacchan clenched his jaw, his fists tightening. He explained that Toshi hadn't been let go, he had escaped. If Kacchan weren't training to be a pro hero, he would have wanted to confront Mineta directly. Since the news of Mineta's escape, Deku had been silent, holding himself tightly against Kacchan. Toshi entered the room, dressed casually, and his expression softened upon seeing Deku in Kacchan's arms. Toshi asked how Deku was holding up as he crawled into bed. Deku, avoiding eye contact, got up to change into Kacchan's sweatpants and hoodie before heading to the bathroom. Kacchan muttered to himself, knowing that Deku was struggling with the news. Denki questioned when Mineta had escaped, and Toshi explained that it had happened while they were heading to the mall. Mineta had somehow managed to remove the 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and used his abilities to flee. They believed he had gone to the mall to steal clothes and had seen them there. Toshi's parents were trying to contact Izuku and Kacchan about the situation. Denki expressed his concern that Mineta might seek revenge, and Kacchan felt a surge of anger. He vowed that if he got his hands on Mineta, he would make him pay. Just then, the bathroom door opened, and Deku emerged in Kacchan's clothes, looking distressed. Toshi moved closer to Deku, offering comfort from behind, while Denki held Toshi. The four of them fell into a heavy silence, each grappling with the weight of the situation. Denki looked worriedly at Deku, who was clearly struggling. After a while, Denki broke the silence, expressing concern about their phones and the possibility of Mineta trying to contact them. Kacchan agreed that they needed to be careful, knowing that 𝗎𝗪𝗎 was working with the police to locate Mineta, who was likely plotting something. Kacchan reflected on his past friendship with Mineta, regretting the time spent with him and the discomfort that had arisen from Mineta's behavior. Denki shared his own experiences, acknowledging that he had once been obsessed with girls to hide his true feelings. Kacchan understood the struggle of concealing one's identity and appreciated Denki's support. Denki then confessed his love for Kacchan, who was taken aback but quickly reciprocated the sentiment. They shared a brief kiss over the sleeping forms of Deku and Toshi, and Denki suggested telling Izuku about their feelings to lift his spirits. Kacchan agreed, believing it would help. As the night wore on, Denki watched Kacchan doze off, feeling a mix of emotions. He quietly slipped out to the balcony to make a call to his brother, seeking guidance on how to support Deku during this difficult time. His brother reassured him that simply being there for Deku would mean the world. He advised not to stress about what needed to be done, as it wouldn't be good for either of them. Taking a deep breath, the character acknowledged his words with gratitude. Raiden mentioned that he was processing the custody paperwork soon and asked if the characters still wanted him to be his guardian. A grin spread across the character's face as he enthusiastically confirmed his longing to have Raiden as his guardian, inquiring if that meant their parents had been deemed unsuitable. Raiden confirmed that their parents had been found unsuitable for custody, noting their anger during the hearing and their ominous warning that they would regret it. Shifting topics, Raiden excitedly shared that he had seen a training video of the character on the UA website, expressing pride in how impressive he looked. The character felt warmth in his heart at Raiden's enthusiasm. Suddenly, Raiden gasped, causing the character to tense up. Raiden's tone shifted to one of anger as he urged the character to check the website immediately, revealing that someone had posted damaging information about him and his boyfriends. The character's heart raced as he accessed the page, feeling a chill run through him. The post was titled, "These are who you want to be your future pros." It contained inappropriate images and derogatory comments about Izuku, as well as a video of the character referring to Izuku as his girlfriend. The post also included clips of Katsuki at the sports festival and old paperwork that suggested bullying and abuse. The character felt a surge of anger and confusion, questioning how myheroacademia had obtained such personal information. As panic set in, the character's phone buzzed with notifications, realizing that his friends would soon be aware of the post. Tears filled his eyes as he fought to remain calm, knowing he needed to inform his friends without succumbing to panic. He shakily entered the room and found Katsuki, Izuku, and Toshi waking up. He urged them to see the post, feeling the weight of the situation. The room was filled with tension as they processed the shocking information. Katsuki's expression shifted from confusion to concern, while Izuku's eyes were filled with tears. The character felt a sense of urgency as he tried to comfort them, but the atmosphere was heavy with fear and uncertainty. Just then, 𝗎𝗪𝗎 entered, looking breathless and concerned. He quickly assessed the situation and asked where Toshi was, receiving a nod toward the bathroom. Toshi emerged, tears streaming down his face, revealing his struggle with his identity. 𝗎𝗪𝗎 embraced him, offering support and reassurance. The character felt a mix of emotions, grappling with the accusations against him and the pain of seeing his friends hurt. He fought back tears, feeling the weight of the allegations and the impact they had on all of them. As they shared their fears and frustrations, the character held Deku close, feeling the need to protect him. The video and the abuse allegations weighed heavily on his mind, and he felt helpless as his friends suffered. Denki spoke up, sharing his own feelings about the situation, and Toshi encouraged him to express his emotions. The character reassured them that they were not defined by the hurtful words of others and vowed to stand by them. In that moment, they all understood the importance of supporting one another, even in the face of adversity. The bond they shared was stronger than the negativity surrounding them, and together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. He knew it was difficult to face, so he looked away. There was a knock on the door, and 𝗎𝗪𝗎 opened it to reveal Hisashi walking in. Toshi looked up, and Hisashi immediately came over, pulling him into his arms, reassuring him that everything would be okay. Toshi took a shaky breath and hugged his father back. 𝗎𝗪𝗎 sat next to them and wrapped his arms around Denki, who looked surprised but quickly accepted the gesture. 𝗎𝗪𝗎 informed them that they were excused from school for the week. He would bring their work papers and they could train together, similar to what they had done with Katsuki and Izuku. He mentioned that he would handle the media and was determined to find myheroacademia, expressing his frustration over how he had gained access to everything. Deku's phone rang, but he curled up into a ball, avoiding it. Denki grabbed the phone and noted it was Deku's mom. Deku looked up, and Denki encouraged him to answer it. Taking the phone, he spoke to her, and she frantically asked if they were okay, expressing her disbelief over what was happening. He sighed and admitted that they weren't in the best shape. She declared she was on her way and hung up before he could respond. Deku nodded quietly, deciding to wait for her by the door. Shoyuta asked Hizashi if they could talk, and Hizashi ruffled Toshi's hair before they stepped out. Toshi joined the others on the bed, and they cuddled together. He told Katsuki that he didn't have to maintain a strong front. Katsuki glanced away, admitting he was processing everything and that a comment about abuse had really affected him. He expressed that he would never hurt any of them. Deku leaned against him, offering support, while Toshi vowed to stand by him and defend him against any negative comments. Denki confirmed that they all knew Katsuki well enough to trust him. Katsuki reflected on a video of himself and Kiri, recalling how he had reacted to a terrible situation. He was frustrated about how the video had been shared and worried that his parents had seen it without understanding the context. His voice broke as he struggled to hold back tears. Toshi reminded him that his parents were likely worried, prompting Katsuki to share that while he and his mom often yelled at each other playfully, she had always been there for him when he was hurt. He admitted that he hadn't seen them in a while and felt he would break down if he did now. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Deku indicated it was probably his mom. Toshi opened it, and multiple people rushed in. Deku's mom embraced him, tears streaming down her face, and he buried his face in her neck as he cried. All Might joined in the hug, and Denki jumped up, surprised to see Raiden, a young man with black hair and golden eyes, who quickly comforted him. Toshi stood with Shoyuta and Hizashi in the corner, engaged in quiet conversation. Katsuki was taken aback when he made eye contact with his mom as she approached. She wrapped her arms around him, and his dad joined in, telling him he didn't always have to be strong. At that moment, all his pent-up emotions surfaced, and he sobbed into his mom's neck as she held him tightly. It felt good to finally let it all out, and she whispered that they would always be by his side. After some time, their parents and Denki's brother left. Shoyuta promised to bring them pizza. Deku, having spoken to his mom and All Might, was starting to open up more, although he admitted that the phones were still unsettling for him. They all agreed to be more cautious and put their phones away. Later, Katsuki quietly slipped out of the room, craving some food from the fridge. As he moved through the dorm, he noticed a gathering in the living area. Curiosity piqued, he paused to listen to their conversation. They were discussing the situation surrounding him and his friends, debating the appropriate pronouns to use for Shinso until they had confirmation. Katsuki felt a surge of protectiveness as he listened to them express concern for Deku and Denki. They were discussing how difficult it was for Deku to face this again, recalling how confident he had been before. They all agreed that the public exposure of Denki's private matters was unacceptable, and it was clear they cared deeply for their friends. As he listened, Katsuki felt a mix of emotions. He was grateful for their support but also anxious about how they would react if they knew the full extent of what had happened. He stepped back, deciding to leave them to their conversation, knowing that they were rallying around him and his friends in their time of need. The reason Ag called everyone together was to make it clear that he would not tolerate anyone treating Bakugou or the others differently. He expressed his frustration about the abuse allegations, dismissing them as unfounded. Hagakure chimed in, sharing her observations of Bakugou. She noted that although she wasn't close to him, she often saw him with the others after training. When he thought no one was watching, he would shower them with affection, and they would all smile and blush. It was a sight she found endearing, and it made Ag blush as well. He had to remind himself to be cautious. Sometimes, he forgot that Hagakure was present. Ag was relieved they could agree on this matter. He acknowledged that while they might not know much about Denki and Shinso, it was crucial not to treat them differently. He warned that Bakugou would not take kindly to any disrespect. The others jumped in surprise when Bakugou spoke up, his tone serious. They looked nervous, and Hanta quickly assured them that they only wanted to support their friends. Ag revealed that he had overheard a conversation about Toshi and Denki. He explained Toshi's gender fluidity, detailing how his appearance changed from day to day. He emphasized that they should be respectful and not push Toshi into uncomfortable situations. He also mentioned Denki's intersex identity, making it clear that they should respect his privacy. Ida nodded in agreement, promising to honor Denki's boundaries. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 firmly stated that he would not discuss a certain video that had caused him distress. He preferred to confide only in Ijiro and his boyfriends about it. As he looked down, shame washed over him, realizing that everyone was aware of the situation. Yaoyorozu responded softly, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 felt a lump in his throat. He excused himself, saying he needed something to eat, and once out of sight, he gripped the counter, taking a shaky breath. The weight of his feelings was overwhelming. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see. He asked how he was holding up, expressing a longing to talk after everything that had happened. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 admitted he was angry and worried about his friends. He shared his concerns about Deku's silence, Toshi's anger, and Denki's struggle to stay composed. He felt embarrassed that everyone knew about his situation. He offered his support, assuring 𝗧𝗵𝗃 that he could vent or express his feelings freely. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 appreciated the gesture and hugged him tightly, whispering that he would never hurt his friends. He reassured him that it was okay to feel upset and encouraged him to let it out. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 buried his face in 𝗧𝗃's shoulder, tears streaming down his cheeks. He confided that he had spoken to his parents, and although it had been a mess, he felt somewhat better. He rubbed his back, and 𝗧𝗃 noticed some classmates glancing their way with concern, but Mina and Hanta quickly ushered them along. 𝗧𝗃 expressed gratitude for 𝗧𝗃's friendship, jokingly asking him not to tell anyone about his appreciation. He proposed a best brothers forever pact, and 𝗧𝗃 laughed, fist-bumping him. 𝗧𝗃 reflected on how much he valued 𝗧𝗃's presence during difficult times. The next morning, 𝗧𝗃 felt the need for a shower but wanted to avoid the guys being in there at the same time. He noticed Izuku writing in a journal, looking distressed. Izuku was dressed casually, but his hand trembled as he struggled with his pen. When he buried his face in his hands, 𝗧𝗃's heart ached for him. He approached Izuku, who looked up with tear-filled eyes. 𝗧𝗃 pulled him into a comforting hug, asking if he was okay. Izuku admitted he felt better knowing his parents accepted him but was still hesitant to face everyone. 𝗧𝗃 understood and tried to reassure him, but Izuku felt guilty about the situation, believing it was his fault that his friends were involved. 𝗧𝗃 firmly told him it was not his fault, but he could see that Izuku was struggling to believe it. To lighten the mood, 𝗧𝗃 suggested they take a shower together since no one else should be awake. Izuku agreed, and they gathered their clothes, with 𝗧𝗃 noticing Izuku avoiding feminine attire. 𝗧𝗃 silently encouraged Izuku not to give up on being himself. They headed to the showers, where they turned on the hot water. As the steam enveloped them, 𝗧𝗃 wrapped his arms around Izuku, who let the water drench his curls. 𝗧𝗃 kissed Izuku's shoulder, and when Izuku asked about his clothing choice for the day, 𝗧𝗃 simply smiled, knowing that they would face whatever came next together. Just don't they slash them today? The character nodded and leaned back, sharing a gentle kiss. They turned him to face them, pulling him by his waist. He blushed and buried his face in their neck, eliciting a light laugh as they kissed his head. The character found it amusing that he was getting flustered over a few kisses in the shower, and he shot a small glare in response. He admitted that while they had fooled around a couple of times, he wasn't used to seeing them naked. The character suggested a way to help him relax, trailing a finger down his spine. He squeaked in surprise, feeling a rush of warmth against their leg. The character reassured him that it was only if he wanted to, promising to make him feel good. He bit his lip, urging them to hurry. The character smirked, teasing that it was up to him, which made him turn a deep shade of red. With a playful demeanor, the character pinned him against the wall and kissed him passionately. He gasped but quickly melted into the kiss, resting his hands on the character's chest. The character complimented him, calling him adorable, and kissed his neck, causing him to gasp again. They felt his excitement and pulled back as he shyly turned away. The character encouraged him to relax, glancing around before dropping to their knees. They decided to mimic something Denki had done in the dressing room at the mall. They asked if he wanted them to do something similar, watching as his eyes widened in surprise. He stuttered a hesitant yes, and the character chuckled, pinning his hips back against the wall. As he leaned his head against the wall, biting his lip, the character began to tease him further. They noticed his legs trembling and felt a rush of excitement. Just then, the door to the shower room opened, and Izuku's eyes darted to the curtain, startled. Katsuki's voice called out, asking if they were in there, and they both tensed. Izuku, blushing bright red, managed to stutter a response. There was a moment of silence before Katsuki chuckled, suggesting they had walked in on something. Denki, ever bold, asked if they could join, causing the character to widen their eyes in surprise. They pulled away, and Izuku whimpered at the sudden loss of contact. The character asked if he was okay with it, and Katsuki reassured him that they could leave if he wanted. But Izuku, still flustered, stammered that he didn't mind. Clothes shuffled as Katsuki and Denki entered the shower room. Katsuki smirked at the sight of the character kneeling in front of Izuku, while Denki kept his underwear on. Katsuki encouraged the character to continue what they were doing, and they resumed, making Izuku softly. Denki began kissing down Izuku's neck, finding a sensitive spot that made him gasp. The character noticed Katsuki sliding a hand down Izuku's side, and it was clear that Izuku was reaching his limit. Denki pinched Izuku's sides, and Katsuki's actions intensified, causing Izuku to against Denki's lips. The character felt a rush of excitement as they continued, sending vibrations through him. Katsuki teased him, and Izuku's eyes rolled back in pleasure. As the moment reached its peak, Izuku gasped and shuddered, overwhelmed by the sensations. The character pulled away, and Katsuki helped them up. Izuku, breathless and dazed, leaned against Denki, who showered him with gentle kisses. Katsuki chuckled, commenting on how they might have broken him. They helped clean up and dry off before getting dressed. Izuku appeared spacey and blushy, struggling to regain his composure as they headed back to their room. Denki noted that it was the first time all four of them had done something together, and the character agreed, reflecting on the moment. As they laid Izuku down, he almost immediately fell asleep. Denki confirmed that they had indeed broken him, and the character mused about how their initial intention was to help him de-stress. They ran their fingers through his damp curls, concerned about his lingering worries. Denki asked if Izuku was still upset about what had happened, and the character confirmed that he blamed himself for their situation. Katsuki sighed, expressing his frustration, while the character reassured him that it wasn't Izuku's fault. They all agreed that it would take time to heal, and Katsuki prepared to talk to 𝗎𝗎𝗓 about the situation. Denki offered to accompany him, while the character promised to stay with Izuku. As they left, the character felt a mix of emotions, hoping for the best for all of them. I learned he was one of the few adults I could trust with anything. He sighed in agreement. They approached the door, and he gripped my hand tightly as it opened. 𝗎𝗎𝗓 welcomed them in softly, and we took our seats on the couch while he pulled a chair beside us. Katsuki's knee bounced nervously as he swallowed hard. 𝗎𝗎𝗓 reassured Katsuki, saying he wouldn't pressure him into sharing anything he didn't want to. He believed it would be beneficial, but the choice was entirely up to him. I placed a hand on Katsuki's trembling knee, and he took a deep breath, preparing to speak but hesitating as he crossed his arms. Katsuki expressed his frustration about feeling weak, his voice breaking. I offered to leave if it would make things easier for him, wanting only for him to get the help he needed. He whispered for me not to go, and I nodded, squeezing his hand in support. An idea struck me, and I took a shaky breath, hoping to give him the courage he needed. I shared that I had hidden behind jokes and a smile to avoid appearing weak. Katsuki's gaze met mine, and 𝗎𝗎𝗓's attention shifted to me, aware of my struggles with my parents. I had previously avoided discussing the deeper effects of my upbringing. I explained how my wealthy parents had insisted on a perfect family image, and I had desperately sought their approval. Katsuki squeezed my hand tighter as I revealed my feelings of disappointment in their eyes. I had always wanted them to care and love me, but I felt like a mistake from the moment I was born. They had wanted a girl, and I was left feeling inadequate. I had thought that excelling in school and becoming a top hero would make them proud, but they only wanted me to take over their company after my brother left. I had yearned to be a hero instead, and sometimes I wondered if accepting their path would have earned their love. I struggled with feelings of inadequacy, battling ADHD, dyslexia, anxiety, and depression. I recalled the harsh treatment I received during my first year, being locked away and forced to read textbooks without food or proper care. My parents had wished I had never been born, and I admitted that sometimes I wished the same. As tears fell, Katsuki pulled me into his embrace, his hands trembling with anger. 𝗎𝗪𝗧, though soft-spoken, expressed his anger toward my parents for their actions. I explained my hesitation to share my past, worried that it would reflect poorly on my relationship with Toshi, Shura's son and my teacher. 𝗎𝗪𝗧 reassured me that he would never think that way, acknowledging how much happier Toshi had become since being with me. I revealed that my stubbornness had finally pushed me to share my story, hoping it would encourage Katsuki to seek help. I recognized that his struggles were far worse than mine, and I wanted him to understand that he wasn't alone. I urged him to accept support, knowing how much he had hidden from us all. Katsuki took a deep breath, beginning to share his own experience. He recalled the moment he was kidnapped, believing he could escape due to his powerful quirk. However, the realization of how he was perceived by the League of Villains weighed heavily on him. He had been determined to fight back, but then 𝗓𝗪𝗏 had wanted to see him. As he spoke about 𝗬𝗲𝗏, he revealed the tension surrounding his situation. 𝗬𝗲𝗏 had initially joined the League to fight against fake heroes but had a bad feeling about 𝗓𝗪𝗏's intentions. Katsuki's voice trembled as he recounted the fear and pain he had endured, feeling helpless in that moment. He described how he had been subjected to manipulation and control, forced into a situation that left him feeling violated and broken. Tears streamed down his face as he recalled the aftermath, the struggle to regain his sense of self after such a traumatic experience. Despite the pain, he had found the strength to fight back, and with the arrival of heroes, he had been rescued. But the emotional scars remained, and he felt the weight of his past pressing down on him. Katsuki felt a surge of frustration as he reflected on the loss of All Might's powers. He blamed himself every day, believing that if he had been stronger, All Might wouldn't have had to come to his rescue. Perhaps the embers of One for All would still be alive, and the villains wouldn't have gained the courage to grow stronger. Maybe the war could have been avoided, and Deku wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship, running off to protect everyone. Overwhelmed, he began to hyperventilate, gripping his hair tightly. 𝗎𝗪𝗧 and I stood in front of him, concerned. Katsuki needed to breathe, and I urged him to focus on Denki's heartbeat while following my breathing pattern. Shura's worry was evident, and I noticed tears welling in his eyes. Katsuki had been holding on to so much. As he mimicked my breathing, I kept my hand on his chest. Eventually, he calmed down, gripping me tightly and breaking into tears. I held him close as he buried his face in my shoulder, whispering for him to let it out. After a while, he quieted but continued to hold on to me as he sniffled. I gently called his name, and he pulled back, wiping his tears away. He apologized, but I shook my head, reassuring him that it wasn't necessary. I asked if he felt better, and he nodded, admitting he felt terrible but somewhat improved. I reminded him that none of what happened to Izuku and All Might was his fault. He sighed, expressing doubt about ever believing that. I offered to remind him every day until he did, and he managed a small laugh. Katsuki confessed his feelings for me, and I smiled in return, asking if I could pose a question. I brought up a previous conversation about intimacy, curious about his willingness to explore that side of our relationship. He hesitated, admitting regret over his earlier statement and acknowledging that it would have scared him. I reassured him that consent was crucial and that I wanted to be vulnerable with him. He took a shaky breath of relief and pulled me closer, expressing gratitude for my understanding. 𝗎𝗪𝗧 returned with water bottles for us, smiling softly. He proposed meeting once a week, either together or separately, and we both agreed. I leaned my head against his shoulder, feeling a sense of comfort. 𝗎𝗪𝗧 assured us he would always be there for us, expressing his love for our friendship. Katsuki and I exchanged glances, pulling each other close, knowing we would always support one another. In the following days, I noticed that Katsuki seemed to be doing better since his therapy session. He shared his experiences with Denki and 𝗎𝗪𝗧, revealing the depth of his feelings about All Might and me. While he had always felt some guilt, it was clear that the burden had been heavier than I realized. Thankfully, no one in class treated him differently, which he appreciated. Slowly, we reintegrated into the class, and everyone learned to look for Toshi's signals or simply ask how he was doing. However, I struggled to move on. The events that transpired weighed heavily on me, and despite my efforts to improve, the memories lingered. I had stumbled upon an online hate group targeting me, filled with hurtful comments about how I was ruining my boyfriends' lives. The negativity consumed me, and I found myself avoiding feminine outfits, retreating back to my male uniform. I could sense my friend's concern, but I felt trapped by guilt. One day, while hiding in a hallway during lunch, 𝗵𝗃 approached me, asking why I wasn't with my boyfriends. I explained that I had forgotten to inform them I would be studying, but he quickly noticed my phone instead of workbooks. When he saw the hate group open on my screen, he looked horrified and confronted me about it. I tried to brush it off, but he wasn't convinced. 𝗵𝗃 shared his own struggles, revealing that he had once felt quirkless and bullied for it. He admitted that his behavior stemmed from a longing to prove himself better than others. Surprisingly, he expressed admiration for my selflessness after the war, stating that it inspired him to become a better classmate. His words struck a chord, reminding me that I shouldn't let the negativity of others define my worth. He had saved the world, and that thought lingered in the air as Izuku bit his lip. He appreciated 𝗵𝗃's concern but insisted he was fine and needed to leave. As he walked away, he became lost in thought and accidentally bumped into someone, falling backward. Looking up, he saw 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who helped him up and asked if something was wrong. Izuku stuttered an apology and avoided eye contact, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. He couldn't burden anyone with his problems. He hesitated but finally admitted he wasn't feeling well, claiming he had come from the bathroom and needed fresh air. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 frowned, clearly worried, and suggested heading to the dorms, reminding him that he couldn't train while sick. Izuku nodded, grateful for the suggestion but feeling suspicious of 𝗧𝗏𝗧's concern. When asked if he wanted someone to walk with him, he declined, insisting he would be fine. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed, promising to check on him after school. As Izuku passed the lunchroom, he caught a glimpse of 𝗵𝗃 talking to Katsuki, Denki, and Hitoshi, and panic surged through him. He couldn't face them, they were already dealing with too much because of him. The thoughts spiraled into a darker place, and he wondered if they would be better off without him. He shook his head, trying to dispel the notion, but it lingered. His mind raced to a bridge nearby, and he felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Tears streamed down his face as he thought of his friends. He activated his quirk and ran toward the bridge, feeling a sob escape him. He was sorry for not being strong enough and for the pain he felt he had caused. Arriving at the bridge, he pulled out a piece of paper from his bag, leaving a heartfelt note for Katsuki, Denki, and Hitoshi, expressing his love and apologies. With trembling hands, he stepped over the railing, facing the drop below. He took a shaky breath, whispering apologies as he let go of the railing. The wind rushed past him, and he closed his eyes, thinking of his friends. Just then he felt something wrap around his waist, yanking him back. He gasped, eyes flying open to see 𝗧𝗏𝗧's scarf holding him. Everything went black. Aizawa watched Izuku walk away, a sense of dread settling in his stomach. When Iida approached with questions, Aizawa asked him to follow Izuku back to the dorms, sensing something was off. Iida, worried for his friend, agreed and hurried off. Aizawa sent a text to Hisashi to watch his class, then headed to the front entrance. Moments later, Iida returned, visibly shaken. He explained that Izuku had run off, using his quirk, and Aizawa's heart sank. The direction Izuku had gone pointed toward the bridge. Aizawa felt urgency rise within him and instructed Iida to take him to the Muzutafu Bridge immediately. They sped through the city, Aizawa's mind racing with concern. When they arrived, Aizawa's worst fears were realized as he saw Izuku let go of the railing. They rushed to the edge and Aizawa threw his scarf down, wrapping it around Izuku just in time. Iida held onto Aizawa as they pulled Izuku back up. Once they managed to get him over the railing, Aizawa checked for injuries. Although Izuku's head was bleeding, he was breathing. Iida pressed his jacket to Izuku's head, his voice breaking as he realized the gravity of the situation. Aizawa dialed for an ambulance, his heart heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. Prohiro Eraserhead, a teacher at UA High School, felt his voice tremble as he read the letter from one of his students. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. A colleague inquired about the student's condition, asking if he was breathing and if there were any injuries. Eraserhead cleared his throat and explained that the student, Midoriya Izuku, had left the school, prompting him and another student to follow. They had managed to intervene just in time, using a capture weapon to prevent a fall, but Izuku had sustained a head injury. They were applying pressure to the wound and urgently needed medical assistance. As sirens approached, Eraserhead reassured his colleague that help was on the way. He felt a lump in his throat as he looked down at Izuku, wishing for his recovery. When the ambulance arrived, paramedics quickly assessed Izuku's condition and placed him on a stretcher. One of the paramedics asked if Eraserhead was the boy's teacher, to which he nodded, explaining the circumstances of the incident. They inquired about contacting Izuku's parents, and Eraserhead confirmed he would reach out to his mother, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗃, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. While the paramedics worked, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 quietly observed, and Eraserhead squeezed his shoulder for support as he dialed 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗃's number. When she answered, her cheerful tone quickly shifted to concern as he informed her to meet them at 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 Emergency Hospital. He could hear her hurried movements as she prepared to leave. An hour later, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 comforted 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏, who was overwhelmed with emotion. All Might rushed in, tears in his eyes, demanding to know where Izuku was. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 ran to him, and he embraced her tightly, sharing in her distress. Eraserhead quietly informed them that Izuku was in surgery, and All Might's expression hardened with worry. He requested to see the note Eraserhead had found, gripping it tightly as he took a shaky breath. Eraserhead felt the weight of the situation and suggested calling Hitoshi and the others, seeking 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏's permission. All Might affirmed that they needed to be informed, and 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 nodded, agreeing to the plan. Eraserhead turned to 𝗧𝗪𝗏, instructing him to head to the dorms and keep the situation confidential, emphasizing the need for discretion. Taking a deep breath, Eraserhead called 𝗧𝗪𝗏, who answered with concern. After explaining the situation, he asked 𝗧𝗪𝗏 to bring Hitoshi, Katsuki, and Denki to the hospital. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 understood the gravity of the situation without needing further details. They agreed to keep the news from the students until they arrived. As they waited, Eraserhead wiped his eyes, noticing All Might pacing anxiously while 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 stared at the hospital doors. Suddenly, Katsuki, Hitoshi, and Denki burst in, their expressions filled with worry. Katsuki's gaze shifted between All Might and 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 before landing on Eraserhead, fear evident in his eyes. Hitoshi asked anxiously what had happened, while Denki echoed the concern, demanding to know Izuku's whereabouts. Eraserhead took a shaky breath, preparing to share the difficult news. He explained that Izuku had attempted to take his own life, but he had intervened just in time. The weight of the moment hung heavily in the air, and the gravity of the situation settled over them all.